We're going live. Hello, everybody.
Woo!
Hi.
Hello.
It is us. Hard Knock Dice. Happy Saturday. And happy 1 year anniversary of streaming to all of us. Yeah.
Woo!
As far as announcements go, we are still raising money. If someone can just like watch the stream for a second and make sure everything's going okay, because I'm getting a weird message. However, we are Hard Knock Dice. I'm Jonesy, your dungeon master for this evening, and all these people around me are your heroes for the evening and my best friends. Today we'll be continuing on our Across Eberron campaign, but before we do, announcements. One, it is our 1 year anniversary of streaming, so hell yeah to us. And thank all of you, anybody in chat. So a couple of specific people who have been with us since the beginning, like Stacy Liberty Bell, thank you so much. S Liberty Bell in chat, and then a lot of supporters on Twitter and this awesome community. So thank you guys, but mostly thank you guys around the table and playing with me. I have had an awesome time doing this, and this has given me something to look forward to every Saturday for the past year. And it's been a hard time for a lot of people, been a pretty hard time for me as well. So I appreciate you guys very, very much. However, moving on from that, we are still raising money for Extra Life. If you look right below me, we've got a thermometer going on. Extra Life is an organization that raises money for children's hospitals across North America. We are raising money for Children's Hospital of Atlanta. We're going to be giving away some pretty cool prizes too. We're going to be giving away a digital copy of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Going to be giving away a SteelSeries gaming mouse and gaming keyboard when we hit certain milestones. Our next milestone's at $1,500. So help us reach that goal and open your hearts and wallets to a great cause. Other than that, anybody have anything else? All right. Stream running okay for everybody?
That way.
Wonderful. Awesome. So in that case, let's hop into our recap. Last we left off, our heroes reincarnated Mirek Storchansky, the Karnathi war buddy of Gandwin's, and a living embodiment of RTM's regret. Now a living memorial of RTM's redemption. The party gathered resources and sent Milo's parents to a dream vacation a la casino boat to a tropical paradise known as Tuki Tuki. They lifted off into the sky and took off towards the shadow marches. Nobo, the captain of the Amethyst Star, informed the party of a potential stop in Droam, a city called Vralkek, and that it has a market with a plethora of goods, among which some potential upgrades for the airship. Milo got a little bit more than he bargained for when attempting to remove pieces from the fallen Canith Firefly armor from the fallen Target Cannon Assassin in the form of self-detonation. However, he was singed, but ultimately all right, and we ended our session just approaching the evening as night took over, the Grey Wall Mountains in the distance, and our party was going about their night. Erish has just had a nice little dinner cooked up for everyone. Everybody's eaten. He's broken out a barrel of ale from that was procured in Flame Keep and is just going around the table making sure everybody's taken care of, eventually sitting down himself at the table. Sits down and has a meal with all of you. I'm sorry, I don't know what Kent's looking at, but he just did this.
There's a moth flying around my room.
As a bug from seemingly nowhere flies around the airship.
He is the druid.
However, is there anything you guys would like to do for tonight? It's kind of getting a little bit later, not quite bedtime, but finishing up your meal. Here's just bringing you the dessert course, because of course there is a dessert with this meal. She brings it out just like a nice tiramisu type dinner or dessert. Brings it out, finishes off with some tea, maybe a midnight coffee that he brings out for everyone. Sits down with you, begins eating. Nilbo eventually finds his way down, sitting down with you all, taking part of the meal as well.
Yeah, Nilba, how long did you say it would take us to get to this Vralkek?
Weather granting, about 4 days.
It's a pretty good time, I guess.
Yeah, 4.5 days, depending on which way we go. If you want to keep out of sight, I suggest we probably end up going from the south, from the ocean. Probably a little bit more covered that way and not over land for any sort of scouts to see us. Just a suggestion, though. We'd kind of swing out a little bit, shouldn't maybe by a couple of hours. Not by any great distance or anything. Keep the shoreline in sight.
A couple of hours is not too much to add on in the interest of getting us there without conflict, I guess. Right?
I agreed.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Alright. So we'll go by the shore. I'll try to dock or check from while we are still half in the air. Correct? That is still the plan. A couple of Artyom and Crowley will go down and try to see how amiable they will be, as we have concerns in that arena. As long as it looks like it will be relatively safe, then see if we can get what parts we want and maybe get news
All right,
even of what to expect.
I want to get something, just clear the air a little bit here. Make sure no one's got the wrong impression. And this Droham's not a war zone. He may have been a warlord, but it's not just all out war. And I don't want to, just because we're going to be pulling up in the airship or anything, that we're going to be attacked on sight. If that was the case, then he wouldn't have a business as profitable as he does, and a marketplace as profitable as he does. So
This is good.
It is very good. Hopefully then this will purely be a precaution.
right. No, and agreed. I like it, because if someone, namely Gordon, gets his eye on an airship or something like that, he may want it. So I'm all for staying out of his line of sight with the airship specifically.
You know? So we take this precaution, make sure we can get in, get out, get whatever news we need of what was that city? Shit. I am blanking on it, and I didn't have my notebook pulled up right in front of my face, because I'm a dummy. Let's see. It's another one of those Shirocks.
Valsharok.
Valsharok, that's right. There it is, yep. So Valsharok, as well as the other, see what news we can get as well as that, and the marshes, the crawling swamp. Sorry, see what news we can get to there. Hopefully that will mean that relatively more information going forward than we do at this time.
Are you looking for news, or you're looking for information?
A little bit of both.
Right. I don't know how much news is coming out of the Shadow March, to be completely honest. With a kind of backwater place, but
Right. But there may be some. Valsharok and possibly Zarashok.
oh yeah,
Maybe stopping
Zarashok.
there
They're
as well.
probably not going to know too much about Valsharok.
Right.
But I don't know. We can see when we get there.
Would Zarashok have news or information of Valsharok? So Vralkek may have information about Zarashok, and then Zarashok may have information about Valsharok.
I mean, maybe. I think it's probably going to be like baseline type stuff, though. Like, what's the city like, and what you can do to maybe not get your teeth stomped in. But other than that,
I mean, that's pretty good information to have, quite frankly, if you ask me.
sure, yeah.
Right. There's just things for us to take advantage of if we were going to be there for possibly a handful of hours anyway. Might as well use it productively.
Right.
Right.
Well, we have about 4 days, and it's going to be, well, hopefully it's pretty boring, I would say. So
Fingers crossed, but I mean, I wouldn't get my hopes up either.
it's fair.
Seems to be that way whenever we're going places.
Just
Don't know why.
excited to see that we're going to actually be using the adventurer's fee part of this ship. I was getting kind of bored sitting around Sean in an air dock, not going to lie.
I mean, you get paid either way, right?
Sure, but there's a reason I take things like this.
Trust me, there is
guess
a
that's
really
right.
good chance they could have gotten a lot more adventures for you. Just don't ask questions.
You got stories. And he sort of like leans back
Well,
in his
just gonna
chair and sits it on
Sit
his
me
on
and
the
start him
table.
like,
If you got stories, I'm all about hearing them.
Maybe another time.
Immediately sits back up and well,
Like, oh, poor guy.
Yeah, I mean, Artyom's just like, this is some house guy who got an eye on us and give us some information. I don't know. I don't trust this man. But
He's a halfling without a fucking dinosaur. Can't be trusted.
basically.
What do you mean you have no spirit animal? You fucking freak.
It's a halfling without a soul.
right then. Well, we'll sail a couple of more hours, maybe. But probably stop fairly early
Alright,
for the night and get some sleep.
Well, stopping for this night will still be within the within Breland, you imagine, or
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
sure? Okay.
we have to pass the Grey Wall first, so
I see. That's what. Okay. And which 4-day travel. It makes sense. Looking at this map that we have conveniently placed as we eat.
We're just using the map as a placemat. Oh, move your drink. I need to see where we're going.
I really wish you
Oh,
wouldn't
sorry.
eat on my maps like that. It's if you stain something, it's gonna be
It's
No, it's
like,
still going to be there if it's stained or not. It's not going to change where the location's at.
right, but it's still my map. I'd
We
like
can get you a new map.
we'll just add things where there are stains, and then these stains will be irrelevant.
all and hear me out. Don't stain the map.
Whatever. Oh goodness. Well,
Right. Well, if anyone's having any second thoughts about Vralkick, we got some time to talk about it at least. But we get within a day, a couple of hours. I certainly want to know if we need to call an audible or something like that. So-
well, as long as nothing goes wrong between now and then, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Right. You should expect things to always go wrong in
I
this particular world, I guess. I was going to say in this group, but I've never known things to not go wrong in most cases. So,
It's pretty pessimistic. But all right.
well, I
It's
mean,
more
we
like a
always win
realistic
and save
thing.
the day and everything, but I mean, just things go south all the fucking time. You just have to be better
Aye.
than things that go south.
They really do go south.
I mean,
s-
I died in Shard, so there. I mean, there's that.
Yeah, he did.
Sounds
I-
like story time.
I wouldn't worry about it. It's
No, it's
It
people
did.
die
You know
all
what?
the
he's
time.
being
Fine.
being like hyperbolic. It's like
Grabs his
You say,
map,
like, you
rolls it up,
died,
and
like-
walks up the stairs. He's you fucking have me on your ship, fucking sailing around everywhere. Can't even tell me a story as he disappears up the stairs.
Oh,
that sounded
Lord.
pretty sincere, actually. Now that I'm listening. Insight check.
Sure. What are you trying to insight?
I don't-
We should have told him a
no,
story,
I'm
Artyom.
not actually. I'm gonna leave the man be.
Hey, I don't trust him. If things go south, he can just take
I-
our airship and say these guys did all these illegal things, but only if he knows the illegal things they are doing. So,
True.
anyway, at least it isn't a, House Orion ship or Orion, or how do you even pronounce that? Orion?
I believe it's Orion. Here speaks
Orion.
up.
Yes, right. Orion ship.
But depends on where you're from.
That makes sense to me.
Your candles are helping me tremendously, Erish. This is a very relaxing and good meal, and I just want to say I appreciate all of the progress you're putting into your new work.
I am quite enjoying it. It's given me something to do while you go out and do what it is you do in the world.
Yeah, nah.
So,
It was a pretty good day.
nothing has brought us out of the sky so far, so yes.
I mean, to be fair, we were only in the sky for like a few hours for today, so.
This is completely fair.
With our track record, it's still something to celebrate.
I mean, nothing's brought us out of the air at all since we got this ship, so. I'd say our track record is pretty clean.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't worry. If I don't know, a big rock comes and knocks us out of the sky or something weird like that, or a dragon comes and sets this thing on fire, I can get us all out of here fine.
What's a rock?
Like a rock, like a big boulder.
Big boulder.
Oh.
Do you not ever see rocks?
No, I thought he was saying like
Before?
some type of beast.
Oh.
No.
As rocks don't seem to be an imminent threat.
I mean, we
if
were
they're
told they would
thrown-
throw like trolls at us, so I don't think stones are outside the realm
Okay,
of possibility.
A catapult or something.
Yeah.
Ah. I was not worried about catapults.
They said that. How else would the trolls get up here? How else would they be throwing the trolls? I don't know.
I was also not made aware of trolls, so
You're not there. Nilbo was talking about blitz trolls, and they like throw them at people, and
I was not.
Yeah.
I
I
was
think he was there
packing
for
your.
conversation.
I was packing
Oh.
your things.
oh,
So,
Irish,
Yeah.
don't worry about it. Sometimes they launch trolls with catapults, and then the trolls they just die, right? But they're
And they-
trolls, so they just regenerate and eventually get back up and wreak havoc wherever they're at.
Yep.
You don't have to worry about that. I'll keep you safe. Don't worry. Everyone's here to make sure that everyone gets out, even Nilbo. I don't trust him, but he's still part of the crew.
very well.
you're like the least reassuring people ever. Fly trolls, it's whatever, dude. Don't stress about it.
Let's.
I mean-
Trolls, boulders, and giant fiery explosions from armor. And he looks at Milo.
Maybe that was like a one-time thing, right?
I mean, good thing
Was
is
it?
at least Gandalf doesn't wear armor, so you don't have to worry about any of his armor blowing up ever.
That is true.
Nice.
Fire
Milo had
God.
been like super off in his own little world and is like,
Oh, well, there's not anything else to blow up. I think. We'll be careful moving forward.
Do I believe Milo?
I disagree, Milo. You should always be looking for more things to blow up. It will help us greatly in the future.
There were some
Just-
pieces salvaged.
he gives Archim
those
actually a
pieces blow
really weird look. Just kind of like back to his food.
Wait, hold on. There are other pieces? Will those pieces explode?
They shouldn't. They have nothing to power them.
Shouldn't is not very reassuring. Shouldn't or won't.
Speaking of those items, they have been added to your inventory.
Oh, but
Oh shit.
I mean, have to work on them before they're in Milo's inventory, but you know.
Um,
Okay, well.
I don't know. I mean, Milo, your inventions are pretty impressive. That one crossbow thing you had, I inspected it, and it seemed like it would shoot pretty good. You know, I didn't shoot it or anything, but I've seen it in action. I mean, making things like that bigger and better could always help out the party. As long as you, of course, don't give it to the wrong people. We're not the wrong people.
Yeah.
And leaves it at that.
Did I say something wrong?
No, not really.
I mean,
I'm
you're
gonna go
the-
sit on deck. You guys have a good rest of your meal.
And he is going to take his plate and head topside.
Should someone
Okay.
go check on him,
Right?
perhaps? And he looks towards Koshik.
Kashik just doesn't say anything, but she gets up and follows Milo out.
Kashik says she's tired of being the emotional punching bag.
That's what I'm here for.
Erish did not suggest it for that reason. Erish suggested it because they have been friends in the past. So
Yeah, I'm going. No worries. Mina, you're right. If we're on us, sorry.
I did not hear what you said. What was that?
Milo, are you all right?
Yeah.
He probably went over towards Artyom's garden and is sitting near that on like a crate or whatever.
Let me
Just-
inside check that. Oh, okay. Keep going.
I just don't like the idea of making more weapons, you know? I mean, just what I've made so far is kind of not done great things. When all's said and done, I don't want to make weapons anymore. For anyone.
You know what? That's completely understandable. I myself have been having thoughts about the kind of things that we've done, that we've accomplished good. We've hurt a lot of people, and I don't think it's unreasonable for you to not want to do that anymore.
There's plenty of room in other fields for my talents. Medical technology constantly progressing, or transportation, communication. Not armor that kills lots of people, or cannons and like
Gestures towards the side of the ship.
I mean, we need it right now, but how often does Zoriat invade?
Hopefully this is the only time.
He just nods while taking a bite.
Milo, I know you're going to do great things in the future. And for what it's worth, the things that you've done so far have helped.
And hurt. But thank you. I appreciate
And hurt.
it.
You're not wrong, but all I can do for now is what we can.
After this Zoriat problem's taken care of, help me dismantle this shit, okay?
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. And he will lean over and give her like a one-armed hug between bites.
You know, I'm not as mechanically or technologically adept as you, so I might be able to hand you a wrench or a tool. But
Well, you see, the fun thing is it's a whole lot easier to dismantle something than to put it apart. Or put it together. You could do it yourself with a wrench and enough vigor.
or a bit of fire, I suppose.
Kind of, yeah.
Well, I'm sure the rest of our friends will understand your feelings on the matter, and I don't think Artie meant any harm by it.
No, this wasn't at Artyom. Or, not the negative feelings. It just... It's almost intoxicatingly easy to get wrapped up in innovation for the sake of innovation. Creating the best thing, and it's the best because you made it that way, not because it's what's best for the world at the time or at all. I didn't intend to create, weapons to kill real people. It's all theoretical until you leave the lab. And then it's not.
I lagged a little bit. Can you repeat after and then it's not?
Just said it's very, very real.
I'm just gonna kind of lean into the hug and kind of give him a little back rub.
1 second.
Oh no.
He's
It's gonna
holding it
hit me.
together,
Oh.
mostly.
Well,
And while he is holding it together by just a string, this is the point at which I would like to remind Kaushik of the Warforged plushie that she has in her bag of holding.
Oh no. DM
ain't
says,
gonna be
"I'm
holding
an
it
agent
together
of
long,
chaos."
bitch. You know what? Hold on, actually.
Oh,
Let me
oh
dingle
God.
dangle some dice around here. The DM will be pleased. Kaushik reaches into her bag, which she keeps that MF thing on her. And she is going to pull out that Warforged plushie. And she is going to kind of gently nestle it between, like, into his little arm that's not holding her in a side hug. I grabbed this from your room, by the way. I hope that it brings you some kind of... Oh, God. I hope that it brings you some kind of comfort. I thought now would be a good time. The Lord told me.
With a natural 1 on his don't cry dice, Mila is going to look at it for just a second, set the plate down and look at it for all of about 4 or 5 more seconds before he just puts his hand in his face and holds it to his chest, and you don't hear anything, but there's a little bit of shoulder shaking going on.
I'm sorry if I upset you. That wasn't my intention. I'm so sorry.
And you go from the one-armed hug to the full-on, like, face on your shoulder, clutched tightly, I'm trying not to fall apart hug.
Okay, I hug you back. Oh.
He will
Big back
fall.
rubs.
And it'll be a good minute or two before he's gonna.
Sorry, I think I got a little. Your shoulders wet.
That's all right. My cloak will soak it up.
And he is going to tuck the plushie into his belt pouch.
Thank you. We'll get through this. Thank you.
And he is going to very deliberately turn to look at the garden.
When you turn your eyes to look at the garden, you see an upturned, all 4 limbs in the air Bill just sort of sleeping there. It would.
It's dead.
That's cool.
Amazing
Additionally-
stealth check.
When he turns to look at the garden, I am going to sneak a bite of his dessert off of his plate.
How dare you?
You will never know. He is emotionally distraught. Now is the perfect time to steal his food.
That's fucked up.
Gosh, chaotic good. Let's go.
Spoken like a true daughter of Idril.
Yeah, yikes.
Oh.
And we,
Oh.
with that, we go back downstairs to where the party is. To where the party is gathered around. Is there anything? Well, I'll just put it on you guys. The rest of the night is yours. Is there anything you'd like to do for the night, or any other conversations that we want to have?
At some point later on in the night, I'd eventually like to have a conversation with Gandolin.
That is ironic.
Hey!
Is it ironic or is it coincidental?
Anna doesn't know that word.
Do I sound Russian here? Right? Ian
Yeah, the one here's ironic is like, is it like something if you don't press, you need to press your clothes?
You think Geno's ever had an iron?
I
for
don't know.
clothes
Maybe
either?
the military makes you have to iron your stuff. I have no clue.
Jesus Christ. Well, in kind of conjunction with that, what I would have been doing is probably shortly after they went upstairs and kind of like conversation, like Nilbo had left, they went up and having their conversation on the deck as like that conversation kind of petered off at the table. I would have kind of wrapped up whatever food I was eating, and I would have grabbed a bottle of some kind of liquor and gone back to my room, and I would have spent the next little bit kind of slow drinking, like kind of sipping on whatever liquor that is, and working on like sketching on pieces of scrap wood for the carving of Haru. And after I drank a little bit and kind of like took scrap pieces and started kind of working at them to do like proof of concept, like, okay, well, will this look good? Because you only get the one chance when you're carving wood, and just kind of tossing a few of those away because I can't focus. I'd kind of just sit back in that chair and pull out my parents' rings and just kind of sit there and looking at them and thinking and keep drinking for a while until I'm pretty well and truly drunk. And unless I was interrupted before, then I would be going up onto the deck probably sometime after everybody else had gone to sleep.
What's Melgrim's plans?
But what?
Hey, so what are your plans for tonight, Melgrim?
I don't know actually. Just nothing to do except for drink, I guess. You want to have another drinking competition or something, lad?
Maybe not tonight. Give me still need a little bit of recuperation time.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Right.
definitely still, not quite myself anymore, so
Right.
it's going to take a bit to get used to. I guess I don't know. And yeah, I mean, Artyom does look like he's lost a tremendous amount of weight and muscle mass after the bracers are no longer on him. So just so people can keep that in mind of him looking very different.
Aye. You know. How did you lose so much mass? Like,
Do it.
hmm.
Well, I'm not really sure. Again, maybe it was a weird resurrection or something that was happening. My bracers no longer are magical. Maybe that had something to do with it. I am not quite sure, but all that matters is that I'm still here, and I'm happy with that.
Still Artyom, eh?
Yeah, still Artyom. Yeah, and then some.
And then some.
But I guess in this case less physically, because less muscles. Like, oh, actually that hurts. I was doing that same motion with my right hand with the whole reincarnation thing, and it's sore.
Yes. Yeah, it was a beautiful thing you did for old Merrick.
Just
to a bird. That's pretty. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, just between you and me, I really didn't know it was going to work out that good, but I'm glad it did. It's completely not on purpose. I was honestly hoping he would come out as like have you seen those Goliath guys that are like bald but all muscly? Just giving something like really macho to lure in all the ladies, but I mean, I guess something out there had a different plan for him, and they did. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I'm glad it turned out. I was very lucky to have Koshik there to help us through the situation. I was still not quite feeling myself through the whole time, so I think that she was a great help. And of course, you and Gandalin were extremely helpful in that endeavor as well. So you should really be thanking yourself as much as you're thanking me.
I did nothing, lad. just helped out a little bit.
Well, I mean, I'm sure the ancestors would look favorably on you for your modesty.
Hey, baby.
Anyway, so did you get that letter sent off to your wife?
Aye, yeah. Don't rightly know how she'll respond, but maybe she'll figure out some magical way of getting in touch with me.
Yeah, that'd be great. Maybe she can do the same thing that Koshik does and keep you posted on. I don't know if she can do those things or not.
But, neither do I. She hasn't done it so far, at least.
I don't
Maybe-
know a lot
maybe
about
she can.
Dwarven culture, but I know sometimes they're not too fond of magic in some of the cases I've run into. Is it one of those things? So where like she tries to keep it on the down low, as they say?
No, her little tribe clan was a little bit bigger on magic than Clan Envrand.
That's good, I guess.
Yeah, she's I kind of always expected my boy to be more of a fighter, more of a, I don't know, like his old dad, but I'm actually really glad that he takes more after his mother in the magical arts. He's very good.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
Oh yeah, of course. What? You don't happen to have had any children, do you?
No, not any that I know of. I mean, maybe.
Not any that you know of, eh?
Not any that I know. Sometimes you get drunk and you have no clue what happened the night before.
Right.
There are lots of weird times in going through southern Garnet and some areas around in there. So it's a crazy past few years. And yeah. Hopefully not, though. I don't know. Part of me likes to imagine that I would know, like some sort of druid intuition, but that's probably more wishful thinking than anything. And, there'd probably be someone really wanting to let me know if that were the case, maybe. I guess depending on how drunk. I mean, obviously they would want a strong, handsome man in their life, but
how strong are you?
well, I can build it back up. I'm sure. I'm not used to being this kind of. I don't know. I feel almost fragile. Hopefully, it'll just kind of come back over the next few days when I'm feeling better, I guess. But if not, I still have magic to fall back on. I mean, I'm just okay with not being dead.
Aye, not being dead's pretty great.
Yeah.
Well, except for home having to save the world, I guess.
Well, it's a good thing to save the world.
Yeah.
That way, if we die saving the world, people will remember us forever. It'll be almost like being immortal. Or, one of your great ancestors, which I mean, I guess that's a pretty great deal. Like, you just sort of have people remember you and in your spirit sort. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Aye. Maybe
Yeah.
even a little Milgram statue back home.
I can make you a Milgram statue. I mean, it'd be pretty nice. I mean, it's actually a lot easier than you think once you have like magic.
Aye. Magics.
Indeed. But so your boy, he's a magic tinkering person, like you said before. Is he going off to school, or you said he was a little bit older?
You're muted, Wyatt.
Muted? I am totally muted. Oh, Lord.
Whoops.
You mean lost in thought?
Lost in thought. Yes, of course. Aye, yeah. You know, we have a couple of arcane schools back home. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's not young anymore, but still studies with the Androon Greats. The few that do practice magic. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, you said he was in like what, his 30s or something like that.
Yeah, he's when is his birthday? Oh Lord. Don't tell my wife if you ever meet her. Yeah, he just turned 30 3 months 3 months ago. Yes.
I'm sure he is quite a practiced mage already. He'll probably be able to teach me and Milo and Koshik all kinds of things whenever we see him eventually one day. After, we've saved the world, of course. And then, we'll drink him under the table. We'll drink him so deep under the table.
Aye.
And your wife too, if she's around. If you're still able to walk.
That would be an accomplishment, lad. She's quite the drinker.
She probably uses magics and cheats. I'm sure. I would use magic and cheats too if I had a husband like you.
Never.
You know what? I will check.
Never thought of it like
the
that.
next time if we have a drinking competition with your wife, I'll make sure that she's not trying to do any wards or cheating in drinking competitions. But yes, well, I'm glad that your son is going off to school and is becoming an accomplished mage. It sounds like you have a wonderful life to go back to once you finish saving the world and avenging your father's death.
Yeah, I'd like to get back home a little bit sooner than saving the world, but it doesn't matter. Maybe if we yeah. Maybe if we go after Yidro next up, then we have to save the children, and it's just a lot on the plate.
It's true. I don't know. Maybe we'll figure out the way to get across the world quicker, and we can pop in for visits when need be. That would be pretty great. Or maybe she has magics. Maybe she can come to us. That would be pretty amazing.
That would be. Oh, Lord. In on this conversation? No, she wouldn't do that.
Make a perception check.
Oh,
Now got there real quick.
All of a sudden, make a wisdom save for me. Okay. Oh, God.
That'll be 23.
Oh, shit.
Holy shit.
You don't seem to notice anything.
I don't like that.
Cool.
DC 24.
Well, I'm very tired and very sober. Usually I've been drinking a lot by this point in the night, and I think I'm going to go upstairs and maybe get ready to sleep early.
Well, all right. Take it easy.
I would say if you hadn't already sent that letter to make sure your wife figures out the way to like teleport to us or send us magic messages or something, that would be amazing. Anyway, do we have a good night, Builder?
You as well, Artyom. You as well.
I am going to hobble off of deck.
Okay. I'd imagine you would find not much. It's pretty still at this point. Nilbo has already gone to bed for the night, bedded down and stopped the airship. And with the exception of Bill, who is still just sleeping in the garden at the moment, you find one. Well, Ganwin, what would you be doing at this point?
Like I said, I was probably in there for like the next couple of hours. Downstairs, that is, we lost our dungeon master, so I'm just gonna keep talking.
I guess we could fast forward it to me sort of hanging out and meditating for a little bit until you come drunkenly stumbling up deck.
I was gonna ask though, was Milo still up there at that juncture when you went up top?
About how long? About how long after was that? Give or take.
Probably stayed around eating for like maybe another half an hour, so maybe like 45 minutes or something.
Yeah, he'd still be up there, like kind of leaning on the rail, watching the world go by underneath.
I'm still there too. I ain't leaving him. I'm my best friend.
Love you.
In that case, Ganwin, I would assume probably still in your room. Okay.
Yeah. At like timeline wise, I'm probably still messing around with pieces of wood and stuff. But.
Right. Gotcha. So.
And yeah, I'll come on deck and hobble in there on my flamey staff. Sorry if I upset you earlier, Milo. Not sure what I said, but apologies in any case.
No, it wasn't you at all. Just a lot to think about these days, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot to think about indeed.
How long do you think we'll have to be dealing with this?
Hopefully, really, really hopefully less than a year at most. Hey,
yeah.
If we have to deal with it for more than a year, we're going to be in for a really bad situation. Very, very bad situation.
Hopefully this talk with the druids goes well and we can make sure that people who know more than us can help take care of it.
Right.
We are like shockingly unqualified for every part of this.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, we're all very powerful individuals who can generally get things done when put into terrible situations. This is an opportunity for us to go into a situation and maybe go and do it without any fighting or without any harm to what we're actually trying to accomplish. We could just go there and say, hey, you really need to do this. Here's some money. And they say, okay, well, we're greedy, so we'll come and do it. I mean, obviously, I don't think it's going to be that easy, but maybe it can be something simple this time.
A very doubtful, but yes, that would be nice nod. Kind of a, oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's all going to be sunshines and rainbows, but maybe this time we'll have a little bit of a break on what is needed. And I'm much better in a swamp than I will ever be in a city, so there's at least that.
What are you gonna do if we win? When we win? When it's all done?
After we save the world and Zoriat's not going to be coming back? I
Yeah,
don't know.
that.
I kinda nod over the Kashik. I imagine we'll be tracking down Yidro.
Kashik is in the background, taking little bites off a Milo's plate still. She just kind of nods.
Just because the world is safe doesn't mean that there's injustice that doesn't need to be fighted or fought. Sorry.
Not to mention, we do still have to find who's been taking all these kids.
Oh yes, we lots of mysteries to solve.
Lots of business to handle.
And yeah, I mean, once all that's done, I don't see myself to being the type of person that's just going to join a sect of druids and do this, that, and the other. I'll probably, keep getting drunk until I'm too old to walk, and doing foolish things for the right reasons. So. I don't know.
Kind of squinting suspiciously up at the sky. What time would you say it is, Mr. Dungeon Master?
At this point, after dinner and all the conversations had, you're probably looking at about 11 p.m. It's not too late.
Where the moon's at?
I'm looking up at the moons.
Yeah, that's what, like, after he, he's mentioning all this other stuff that needs to be done, Milo's peering up at the sky, like, almost accusingly.
Kashik, what do blood moons mean to you?
And he's not looking at you when he says this. He's still looking up at the sky.
Should I roll a check for this?
Do you want to? I'm going to give you some creative freedom here if you'd like.
Oh, I don't like creative freedom.
Knowledge moon.
It'd be knowledge religion if you want to roll for it.
Let's see what, yeah, hold on.
I'd let you roll it at advantage.
Okay, so the first roll will be a 17. Oh, I dropped the dice. First roll will be a 17, and the next roll is a 9 plus 4, so a 13. Is that a good math? That might not be a good math. That's good math. So 17, right? Yeah.
17 total. Okay. Blood moons are typically seen as a time to really seek out and worship the divinity within for the Blood of Vol. They're regarded as having great power and being able to find that divinity within. Also, a lot of the rituals are based off of the blood moons. Typically they are like not holidays, that's not the right word, but a lot of rites and stuff that are revolve around with the Blood of Vol revolve around blood moons, which, with 13 moons, they are more common than they are in our world, but they're still like once every like 4 to 6 months sort of deal. So a lot of your rites, and namely the rite that you went through, the blood rite that you took, was done under a blood moon.
All right, Milo, here's the deal. I only know of what they mean to me within my religion. It's when we have the strongest reach for our power, and it's when we celebrate our rites and have our ceremonies, in my religion specifically. I don't know what they signify for the universe as a whole. Or
they amplify your rights and your power?
They amplify our power. It's when we have our rite ceremonies, like our rite of passage, essentially, blood rites. They don't amplify our power, just our ability to.
I'll see y'all in the morning.
Okay.
And like just mid-sentence, he is going to like pop up and walk off towards his room.
Good night.
Yeah, see you in the morning.
Like energetically, whereas a few minutes ago he was kind of just zoned out and staring, completely forgetting his plate where it was, and he's gonna hustle off to his lab.
Doesn't matter that you forgot the plate, 'cause there ain't shit on it anymore. Also, I'm going to turn to Artyom and be like, that was kind of rude.
Okay. Well, I mean, Milo, I don't think he meant anything rude about it. He probably just had an idea that he needed to get down on parchment as quickly as possible.
True.
I'm sure we'll hear about it in the morning whenever he's late to breakfast with heavy bags under his eyes.
Right.
Either that or when he's coming in there with a very heavy bag under his eyes with twitchy motions and eating more coffee.
In order to avoid that same fate, I think I'm going to retire to my bed as well. I hope you have a good night, Artyom.
Yeah, Bill looks like he's beaten me by a little bit, but yes, you'll sleep well.
Good night. And I will go to I will retire to my quarters.
To your chambers.
My chambers.
Right. Anything anybody else would like to do at a reasonable hour of night before we hop on to things happening later in the night? No? All right.
So, like I said, probably at some point after, like, a couple hours after I went to my room, was fiddling with stuff. Good and sauced. at this point, I probably just kind of stumbling around my room, kind of whatever's left of the bottle, or just an empty bottle, one or the other. Still hooked in one hand, just kind of stumble my way up onto the deck, and just, I guess, seeing Artyom asleep or
I'm probably still
otherwise.
meditating a little bit, just sort of sitting on the knees,
Just
hands on
kinda
hips.
make unsteady way over to him and just kind of nudge him with one boot before just kind of collapsing onto my ass. Day.
Yes,
Yeah, talk to you.
I've been meaning to talk with you as well. You look like you are here to share in more than one way.
What is
probably
left?
like a couple of shots worth of liquor in the bottom. I'll just go ahead and down it real quick, knowing this conversation is probably going to be not the best.
I am having a very hard time.
Okay.
Not hating you.
I can understand your situation, and I want to talk about that. I came out of the portal, and I pretty much didn't. I mean, I didn't have anybody. A man named Alexander found me and taught me how to properly speak common, and a little bit about magic. And he was Karnathi, and I really didn't even know what that meant at the time. But anyway, he eventually left the swamp, and I went about doing what I needed to do to survive, being guides from people from swamp. Anyway, I ended up moving more to the west, to the Talenta Plains, and met up with a group of halflings who really understood me, or I thought they understood me. And to cut a long story short, it was the first time I felt like I had a home since I had been conscious, and I definitely wanted to help them out in any way I could. And they imparted upon me this ability to help them, that there were people attacking their lands and killing them and doing harm to their survival, and that this is one thing that I could do to be more accepted. And the last thing I wanted was to be more of an outsider. And I mean, I'm not a very short person in a group of people that are only 3 or 4 feet tall. So I did it out of a sense of wanting to belong somewhere, and I regret it terribly. It was not the right thing to do, and in the end, it served no purpose.
Oh. I, I understand that feeling. Kind of the same. We were a group of us lived on the streets of Etur. We were always hungry. Everybody was always hungry. Even people who still, had their homes. There was never enough food anywhere. But church would help us out a little bit. Full of old, a big cathedral there in Etur, and is thinking back on it, it was just an easy way to. It was an easy way to get fanatics. Learn early that blood of voles, the only people who help. And then the recruiting officers came one day. Usually came. Officers would come leading back to victorious forces or the honorable dead who still fought again. Honor. They were heroes, all of them. But one day they walked through the streets, and I guess we looked like we were big enough, finally. Came and talked to us, told us that we could help, do something to be like those who came back in those parades and help the others that were like us on these streets and the people in their homes. Bring glory and honor back to our people. We would eat, we would have food, we'd have comrades. People didn't spit on us for doing what we had to do to survive. It is more than just living, though. It was he offered salvation, almost. Be important to purpose in this world that, as far as we had been able to see it, didn't care. So we went and we fought, and they died. Lots of other people died. And it was not worth it at all. I regret everything that I did there. I don't think I can ever atone for it. I don't regret why I did it, though. I think even if they were lying, it was a good reason. So I guess that makes it a little better to know why.
Nah. I don't think war is good for anyone. Unless you're the people deciding to go to it.
Probably so.
I didn't go back to the plains after that. I left.
You did better than I did then. I didn't have anywhere else or nowhere else to go.
Oh, I didn't have anywhere to go either, but it didn't feel right going back and being with those people. I don't know. To be with those, I don't know, with those people at the cost of doing what I did felt like it was somehow a lie of a place to call home. Home at that cost really felt more like rent. Like, when was the next time I would have to do something like this to just stay with these people? And I didn't want to deal with it. It did not feel right. So I kept wandering around and eventually bumped into Crowley. Yeah, It was my part in the war. Very little combat. I helped guide some people here and there, but most of it, it was when I was in Kibara. It was securing this line from lizard folks to get crystals for the war effort, or, not very much fighting between this faction and another faction of people, just killing each other for a seat at the throne. And even then, a guide. Hey, don't go over here. This is lizard folk territory. Don't go over there. This is, this is hunting grounds for all matter of evil and nasty creatures in the swamp. In any case, I think it would be easy to say that one of the biggest fights that I was in was the one with Merrick, and pretty much the last one I was in. I just omitted myself from doing most work until Crowley came along.
It was the opposite. It is battles, mostly, or at least violence. Go here. Fight this army. Fight this conflict. Kill these people. Raise this town. Take their resources. Take their food. It's for the cause. They are traitors. They are the enemy. And for a lot of it anyway. And they were the Warforged. It is not the same. They don't bleed. They do not cry out. It is like fighting a silent wall. Compared to the random people who get pulled up off the street to fight. Worse was listening to them fight the undead. Just silence. And metal hitting meat.
I can't imagine. It sounds horrible. I don't really know what to say other than it's nothing to be ashamed of for believing the lies of someone else.
They weren't very good lies. But I thought they knew better than me.
I mean, I'm not the smartest man in the world. It's easy to believe someone else if they're trying to sell you on the notion that they're helping you out. Or making the world a better place seems like a pretty great thing to strive for.
It wasn't the world, though. It was just... They said it was not the way they sold it, but...
Well, making your town people like you on the street.
It was easier to swallow at the time. Very easy to go, well, when we win, it's worth it. When we win, it's worth it. When we win, it's okay. But then they just quit. And just like that, it's all for nothing.
Well, you're here now. You have skills that you learned along the way. And despite your past, you will save the world. And I don't know, maybe after the world is saved, we can go to wherever the leaders of Karnath are and throw them into the maelstrom or something like that.
It would be nice.
I don't know what the future is going to hold for us, but you are all my best friends. You're all I get, and I'm going to make sure that you're taken care of. If that means killing kings or barons or mob bosses or foster fathers.
We'll have to deal with him eventually, yeah. Hopefully he stays put for now.
Maybe he won't. and maybe we'll just be able to knock that piece off the board as we are on the way to doing bigger and better things.
It will definitely be convenient. Damn it.
Another airship buzzes by in the night.
God fucking damn it, I hate that shit. But yeah. Hopefully so.
Well,
You're a good man, Artyom.
that's right to be.
I'll see you in the morning. Just gonna
Eh,
shove myself to my feet.
I am going to I'm going to help me up real quick, Gandalf. 'Cause
I will try.
yeah, I will try to steady Gandalf as he helps me up, but basically was a ruse to stop Gandalf from leaving too quick and giving him a forceful hug. You're a good man too, Gandalf. Don't try not to be your worst enemy too much, and you'll get through things a lot easier.
We'll see.
I'm not saying it'll be easy. Just try.
I can try. I can do that at least.
Sleep well. Watch the careful on the stairs.
That'll be fun. Jack Sparrow my way down the stairs. Throw myself into my bed, fully clothed, and just pass out.
Yeah, I'll call an end to meditation there for the night and take that bottle that Gandalf brought up and slide it over next to Bill. So, Bill, why did you drink all of the good wine? What are you doing? That was our whiskey that we were going to have together. I
What?
can't believe you.
What?
You took all of the what? The whiskey.
I don't remember.
Oh yeah, you drank it all. You're so fucking drunk.
Oh shit. I don't feel drunk. Well, I can't. I feel sleepy. I'm drunk.
Sometimes they're the same thing. I just push on him a little bit and start to go to sleep.
So you guys fade off to sleep, all of you. Sleep finds you all, drunken stupor or not. Some of you accompanied by the soft, albeit a bit chilly winds of the skies, but sleep does find you all. We wake towards the next morning, day 2 of our travel towards Vralkek potentially, and
Yes.
definitely towards the Shadow Marches.
I
You
now
made it
move
through
at
the
full
night.
speed. Woo!
Oh shit!
Nobo is up fairly early, starting his piloting towards wherever, or towards Vralkek or towards the Shadow Marches. Erish prepares a breakfast for everyone. Fairly nice day. There are some graying clouds in the distance on the horizon, towards the ocean side. You guys are kind of straddled right now between the shore and the ocean. And towards your south, you do see some dark graying clouds along the skyline. But it is a fairly nice day at the moment. What would you like to do day 2 on your journey?
I would like to be hungover.
No roll
What do you
necessary.
like that?
Say,
I mean,
the sentence
probably
no
not
one has
like
ever
to
spoken.
be, but fairly inevitable with my whopping 12 constitution. Like,
I would like to fulfill Kent's prophecy, or Artem's prophecy.
Can't have forced you speak.
With a decent insight check, Erish, noticing the hangover and without you saying much, whips out a familiar candle at this point. And the air starts to fill, even though there were breakfast foods already made, the air starts to fill with smells of maple and bacon, pancakes and the like. It just fills the area. And it's going to be a cure poison to cure your hangover.
Hell yeah.
Between
16.
Gandalf and Archie and the dwarves, we're all gonna hate that fucking candle real soon.
That candle, that's just lovely.
I can make it smell like something different, I suppose. It just seemed fitting.
Yeah, that's fine.
I will be upset with the smell only if he didn't actually make pancakes for breakfast. And I got my hopes up coming out of my room in the morning.
It has become tradition now, unless it is specified that you do not want pancakes for that day, that there is at least one side of pancakes for Koshik. So
Oh boy.
Ugh.
Yep.
It's a good night's sleep.
Slowly, it's like a hangover bar.
It's just kind of like,
slowly going to slowly more human, gnawing a piece of bacon.
Do an insight check on Milo to see how much he slept or didn't sleep. Oh, that's a natural 20. Hell yeah. Oh wait, no, I still disadvantage. Son of a bitch. That's an 18 still though.
Good enough.
you don't look great.
Did you go to sleep, Milo?
Yeah, some.
Shoot a knowing glance at her.
Manically drinking coffee at this point.
He's just over there. Yes.
Yeah, I
A
slept.
little bit.
Coffee enema going on.
Anyway, Erish, could I get a pot of this at the lab? I'll see y'all later.
surely.
Plus, he is already gone. He did not wait for a response.
Oh. Is he alright?
Koshik inspired him last night, so he's working on something.
But I look over at Koshik, what?
He was asking about the significance of the blood moons, and then all of a sudden he jetted downstairs to the lab, so...
Alright.
I can only imagine what's going on down there.
I'd rather not. Oh.
No, he found more armor.
Just she just respawned like.
Wait, no.
Boom.
After a couple of moments of you guys eating, Erish does brew another pot of coffee and brings it down to you, Milo, and starts like poking his head and looking around. What would he see?
You would see basically the conspiracy meme from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. There are like bits of paper, parchment just everywhere. Basically a like improvised thrown together star chart taking up like a quarter of one of the walls, partial parts of the ceiling, stacks of notes, probably the gritty remnants of what coffee he tried to brew for himself at God knows what time in the morning. And a sweating and gently shaking Milo trying to like take notes and write things down. Does not acknowledge his presence at first.
When you do eventually turn around to look at him, you see Erish's face go from amazement to concern very quickly. He sits down, clean cup and pot of coffee beside you, and
Oh, thank you. I needed that.
yes, you did.
Begins to drain it immediately.
Takes your dirty dishes. Like
Thank you, Erish.
Mountain Dew bottles and whatever else you have around. This is quite.
In D&D, it's literally dew off of mountains, though.
Jesus Christ.
Man,
Very
it
fresh,
infused
very
dew from the
refreshing.
mountain.
Magical.
What are we working on?
What if it's the same thing?
What if? I apologize, sir. I will need some context.
Wide-eyed, bloodshot.
It's like, what if? So we have these people taking children and turning them into fuel, and we don't know why, but we know it has something to do with astronomy. And they said that this stuff has to do with like dimensional rifts and spots and phasing through. And there's also some blood moon shit, which I still gotta talk to Kaushik more about that because I have no idea what that is. And so we need to get more books on astrology and the dimensions, because what if the people taking the children and the people who are, or the whatever with the Zoriat thing, what if it's the same thing and they're gonna use the crystals to like fuel the rift? Or I don't know, maybe someone's just trying to take advantage of the rift for power or something. I think it might be connected.
Pours another cup of coffee from the pot.
Wordlessly, Erish reaches out a hand and places it against your forehead in a couple of different spots.
Damp.
Erish needs to check his room for drugs. Fucking hell.
He snorted one of the crystals, guys.
Well,
You snorted a kid! What's wrong with you?
Clearly a lot of things.
I will leave you to it then. He shuts the door and you hear quickened steps leave your door.
All he would hear would be the slamming of an empty coffee mug down and the rustling of papers.
Smash.
Moments later, up at the table, Erish appears back at the breakfast table. I am afraid that Milo has gone mad.
Uh-oh. I immediately stand up like, oh shit!
Yeah. That's quite the
Zodiac?
terminology to use.
Uh,
We bet knew. What are you talking about?
Slams open Milo's door.
Oh.
Are you mumbling
A lot
gibberish?
quicker than I imagined.
I can run 45 feet in 90
you
feet in
entered-
6 seconds. Like,
Entered less quietly than did Erish, so instead of no response, you get a
Glad you're here. Hold this.
and he's like stack of papers as he's like continuing to sort.
I look at the papers. So they have fucking Zoriat language on them. They got Delkir on this
No.
shit.
No Zoriat language. It is probably just like paragraph after paragraph of like potential theories and like mad. It might as well be
I'm
Zoriat.
examining the room. I'm looking for if he was writing on the wall like the goblin.
No, there's no writing in the wall. Just lots of like papers and notes, and you can see lots of diagrams and magical theory and what little he knows about the interactions between like planetary shit and magic. Not his area of expertise, so mostly theory at this point.
Squint at Milo.
Say at about this point, everybody else that wanted to go down pulls up as well, and Erish is quickly in tow.
Pull up.
hello.
Milo, you should probably get some rest.
Yeah, as soon as I get
I-
done with this.
No,
Did,
you should get
did
some
you
rest
sleep
right.
last night?
Right.
Some, yes. Plenty, got plenty. That's what coffee's for, right?
Nope.
No.
There is a point that one gets to without sleep to where their work can become compromised. You should
Turn around to be like,
But I feel great.
right.
red and like cartoon level shot eyes.
That is enthusiasm and coffee speaking.
None of this makes any sense. I don't know what's going on in here.
Okay, but we have to do more work. Hey, Kasha, can you write down everything you know about the blood moon and every single rite and ritual related to it? Thank you.
And he's gonna hand you a stack of papers.
All right, take a stack of papers, getting ready to start writing, I suppose.
I'm just
Like
gonna
every-
turn around and look at Melgrim and just mime like this gesture at him, like
Really?
All right. Hey, actually,
Don't.
let's try this from a different standpoint real quick. Milo, I actually know of a method in which you can actually increase your keen mental acuity.
Immediately.
Yes.
It's a hyper form of a quick meditation burst. Okay. Yeah.
But
So just here, you need to lay down when you do it.
Alright, yeah, I'll roll deception at disadvantage.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get
Oh shit,
I'll roll
17, 17 and 19. So what do I got here?
That's cool.
Bro. I rolled at disadvantage.
18.
It was 2 net 20s.
Oh my god.
Why
so
are you
yeah,
using
you know
that
I'm lying like a
now?
motherfucker.
Yo!
The statistical probability. No. I needed that for the knowledge arcana rolls later. This is bullshit.
Right? You should have just rolled that for your portents.
Right? Oh yeah, yeah. That's what that was.
This has been good to have yesterday.
I find that illogical, and I disregard these dice. Milo is too wrapped up.
I
You
just
succeed.
kind of give a shrug and sort of a nod to Milo, like, yeah, if you want to go for it.
Sure. While what is this meditation burst thing? While I'm doing that, I need you to look over all of this. The theories basically explain themselves. It's really quite direct.
And he points at just a completely unintelligible patchwork stacks of notes.
Alright,
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I don't know what to do here.
What? Well, actually, Milo, real quick, what have you learned?
What have I confirmed, or what theories have I developed?
What have you confirmed?
Absolutely nothing.
What is
Okay.
a theory?
That is something.
Well, I've only had one night and limited tools. I need more resources.
A theory is an idea until it's proven.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. That
Kinda,
makes sense.
sorta,
All right.
like
Gotcha.
the easiest way I can explain it.
You know what? We still have a couple of days till we need to go where we're going. You will eventually pass out. So I'm
And
just
you
going
died a few days ago.
I'm just going to check on you every now and then for when I need to roll you into your bed. Okay?
Oh. Okay, so are you going to look over these notes?
Yes, I will look over it.
Fantastic. All right, so.
He's going to like realize that even he's not super sure how he has organized all this, and he's trying to find like where the fuck the starting point was, so he's wrestling through his papers.
It's like a new strain of crazy, maybe. Like, is that sidebar off to the people that are not RGM? Like, is this like new strain? Like,
Not
Okay.
crazy.
makes him different.
Inspiration.
I am going to harken back to ye olden days of being on the invisible boat and just literally ask Milo a question for every sentence.
What does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean?
Okay, so when you mean that the blood moon has to be in the configuration between this moon and that moon, what do you mean by configuration exactly? Just every sentence, just asking a question.
And Milo is going to far more extensively than I am prepared to roleplay right now go over his theory that somehow, in a way that he has not quite yet put his finger on it, the children stealing and the blood moon and Zoriat may all be connected.
Melgrim is going to kind of nudge Gundam. Ah,
Yep.
Artyom's trying to bore him to sleep.
I'm
It
having
doesn't
that
work.
thing
Milo
wake
takes his
myself
questions as
going
interest
to
and
sleep.
dives full in.
Like, I'm struggling. Only reason I'm still awake is because I'm standing up.
Hey,
Maybe we should leave him to it then.
Don't worry, I should be able to handle this, and I am going to quickly drink 2 large cups of coffee out of Milo's cup. Okay, it's got to go somewhere, right? So I'll just put it in me instead of it going in the Milo. All right,
brain.
let's get this going.
That big brain strategy right there.
Deprive him of caffeine.
Alright.
Ultimate strategy.
good luck.
2 hours
Artyom.
later, I'm just on the front of the boat, like, whoa, plants, yeah.
Oh god. I'm gonna go do something else. Hey Kosha, can I see your cat?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, Haru, yes.
And I'm gonna
Just
summon
hold out my
Haru.
hands.
I'm summon the boy. Here comes the boy.
This cat is very
Hello,
heavy.
boy. You don't have to hold him. He can walk. He's
Yeah,
got
but I need to
big
put
old
them on
tall
my.
legs.
I need to go put them on my table so I can look at them.
I just tell him to jump up.
He is a cat. Cats do not listen like that.
I will command Haru to just do what Anduin says.
This is dark sorcery.
He is going to throw that cat off the boat.
Oh, God.
This is dark sorcery. Are you secretly evil? Are you evil? What have you done?
Mwahaha.
What sacrifices have you performed?
You're all turning away to leave. Milo's Eris just tried to just, I'm not sure we should leave him. Like, it's, but
He's with Artyom.
Oh, I'm
Artyom's
still,
got it.
yeah. I'm still
okay.
running with him.
He's got it. They're fine. I'm gonna go carve a cat.
All right.
Go.
You're gonna start on the
You know,
actual.
when you say that with a cat in your
Actually
hands,
carve
Yep.
that
It's-
cat.
Oh, I
Very
know. I know what I said.
Oh,
I know
no.
what I said.
You're not going to actually carve Haru, are you? What do you
I mean, I'm
carve?
going. Yes, I'm going to carve Haru. What do you mean? Kaushik asked me to.
Like on a piece of wood, right? Not
Yeah. What
stab
Carve
with
him
the
like
actual cat.
pumpkin.
I'm going to murder the cat. No.
Oh, okay. Well,
Happy Halloween.
Kaushik has already done that.
yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna say well and just kind of side eye. Kaushik like, yeah. Well, I mean,
Hey,
wouldn't be the first time he was murdered.
no. Yeah, like
you exploded that cat.
take the cat into my room, like clear off my little table of all like the various and sundry like extra knives and stuff that I've got in there, and it's like, bunk, stay still, and I'm gonna start using him as a reference.
Make
I
a
Yeah.
carving wood good Jesus wood carving tool check for me.
Hell yeah!
While he's making that check, I do want to just really quickly side-eye Artyom and bring up the shit that he's done to his rat. He's gonna bring
I'm
up
still
the
in the room with
explode-
Milo.
I'm
Oh,
down
that
there. I'm walking up the stairs while you're saying that shit about me exploding my cat.
That was Malcolm saying it.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Got
I'm pretty sure I heard our team say, "You exploded that cat."
That was Kent saying.
Okay.
him.
Sorry,
Sounds-
they're the same person. How am I supposed to know the difference?
Shows, do I get any kind of bonus for having the live subject right there in front of me?
Yeah, I'll give you advantage on it. Go for it.
Hell yeah! All right, so let me see. There's a +9 to this. That is there was a natural 1 and an 18, so it's a 27.
Nice.
I love
Haru
the-
being commanded to say whatever you do, to whatever you tell them to do, stands perfectly still for you as you sit
Hell
there and just very dexterously carve out the fine details after getting the basic shape down. Getting this wood works better than most of what you've ever carved before, considering you've carved pine and random other forest trees and sticks. This is
Pieces of houses.
right. This is meant for working. You carve out the details, and then you're like combining blocks together to at least give the shades. It's not completely painted yet, but you at least get the shades of Haru sort of by coloring down the middle, with like working a piece of more orange wood and a darker wood on the other side. It is very good.
I assume that will take me a large portion of the day to do, so.
You rolled a 27. Roll a d4
Yeah.
for me.
D4. Oh shit, 1d4 hours.
It's palm sized.
God,
Yeah,
I can't fucking. Yeah. 2.
takes you about
So I
2
figure it's
hours.
supposed to be like, it's
2
like somewhere
hours.
like this in length kind of deal.
Wow, Gandolin, look at you.
2 hours. I'm hustling. It's like occasionally reposition the cat. And stay like that. I guess I'll be spending the next 2 hours, at least of this morning, carving a little palm-sized Haru.
But then you gotta paint it.
And then I gotta paint it. Yeah.
Look at I have to.
I mean, I bought the paints for it, so
I-
by Jove, I'm gonna paint the damn cat.
I'm just imagining Gandalf going through all of this detail and like putting all of this effort into making it, and then
For a
Kasha
blind
being
kid?
like, okay, this is a spell component.
Oh. Ah! And I guess since it only took me 2 hours, I would then turn around and be like, all right. And if the cat continues to behave, I'll then use him as a reference to paint it as well, because I bought the paint, so why not?
Let's make another check then.
So I get
Karma's
advantage
a
of
good
this one
boy.
as well.
I say this is just a dexterity check, right? Because this isn't wood carving tools. So you
This
don't
is I have proficiency in painter's tools.
in
as
painter's
well.
tools as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
I
Go
got
ahead.
both.
Go ahead
Both,
and roll
baby.
it. Add advantage. Yeah.
That's how we get them perfect bean shapes.
Yep.
Draw
That
big
one's
beans and toe
much
beans.
worse. Though this is a pretty nice roll in that I got 69. But that is only an 18 total.
Paint's still. I mean, it's with Haru right there. You're really just accenting your work that you did with the woods, anyways. And like putting some shadow on it and stuff like that. It still looks remarkably like Haru. It's much better than your Bill statue. You are improving.
I was like, it was the wood. Yep. Had nothing to do with me at all. I was just muttering that to myself, like, it is crazy what difference it makes when you use good wood. That's absolutely. Then I was like, all right, Haru, thank you. And I'm just gonna leave it out, I guess, to like dry properly. Like, yeah, don't get your fur on it, you fucker. Eat. Go home. Goodbye.
While that's happening, it's gonna take you 2 hours to carve it, probably another hour or so to paint it up and everything. Is there anything else anybody would like to be doing this morning on the second day?
I want to try and slowly, while asking all of these questions, stand up and try and maneuver Milo towards his bed as he has to keep asking me or answering all of these questions to see if I can slowly wear him down.
Well, I just rolled for it, and Milo doesn't make it quite to the afternoon. Like, sits down like with a sandwich plate for lunch or something, and has game over. Look over there, he's just like holding the sandwich, like
Schlumped.
big schlump.
Gandlin's apparently eating worms.
Yep. He's his delicacy back in Garna.
Yeah.
He's out in the garden. Picking
No.
worms out of his plant.
Just got like a thing of salted worms. You make do when there's nothing else to eat.
There's plenty else to eat, I promise.
Lord.
Would you like a worm, Irish?
I would not.
Okay. Widen
Unless-
your perspective, you know.
I'll make this fancy man eat worms.
Make a persuasion check, Gandalf.
Oh, yeah.
God.
We met this man in a suit and bow tie, and you about to make him eat worms.
That's only an 8. He's not convinced. He's lucky this time.
He's lucky this time. This time he got away without eating worms. This time.
No, thank you, and walks away from you.
Yeah,
A brisk turnabout and leave.
Exactly.
Hey, Bill, you want one? Toss a worm at Bill. Yeet.
The hell is this?
It is saltworm. Very rare.
You know I eat plants, right?
That thing eats plants too, I think.
Right, I don't eat the things that eat the plants. I just eat the plants.
Oh, that's very sad.
Easy?
Yeah. Things that eat
Wait.
plants are really tasty.
You only eat plants? No meat?
Oh shit, hi. Hello, Malcolm.
Hello.
Duh.
Man, that cloak makes him so sneaky.
You're very quiet now ever since you got that cloak.
It's pretty nice, yeah.
I feel like your voice should be like a lot deeper. You should be very threatening all the time, you know what I'm saying? You should be like fighting crime like that.
Fighting crime.
Yeah, and you like hang
The
upside
deep, gravelly voice.
Yeah, exactly that.
I'm good.
It's just an idea, you know, maybe something to do later. Could be fun.
Yeah,
You just like, you have your cloak and you just come like swooping down on somebody and just whoop-pow! You know? Yeah.
Good ideas. Good
You
ideas.
have to have like a fancy name to tell people so that they would know to watch out for you. Something to think about.
The man bat.
He is dwarf.
The dwarf bat.
Dwarf bat. See bat, yeah, dwarf bat. Bat dwarf.
Bat dwarf.
Flying bat. The flying dwarf.
Flying
The flying
bat dwarf.
flying bat
Thing.
dwarf.
Is this
Flying dwarf bat.
Where has this conversation gone?
I don't know.
Do I need to be here for this? Can I?
Yeah, you
I'm
do
just
what
going
you
to
want.
walk this
I mean,
way
there's
now.
not much to do. We're just flying, you know, so we're just killing them.
Right.
Have you tried flying with that cloak?
Not yet, actually. Kind of want to.
It's too bright right now, right?
Yeah,
You guys could go into the hold and try it though.
How tall is the hold?
Well, he's a dwarf, so he's short anyway.
It's true. We can you go test it in the hold, and then we can like really test it tonight. When it gets dark out when the boat stops, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially like go see. Oh yeah. You could really. Oh, how many of the rooms have windows
We'll say
on this boat?
all of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
See what you could do is you could like fly over and you could like bang on somebody's window and scare them. That'd be very. They would never see it coming.
Might be funny to do that art.
Yeah. No, he sleeps up here. He does not sleep in the room. You dummy.
Ah, yes.
He sleeps like we're
What
standing.
the-
We're like
Open the
standing in
window.
his room right now.
Shit, you're right.
See what I'm saying? We would go like, Crowley would never expect it. He'll just be sitting there. Since he's always like paying so close attention to everything, you can never spook him. But when he's in his room, I bet you he's like, oh, they will never mess with me in here. So he's like relaxed. To catch him by surprise. Yeah.
Oh, he may have traps on his window.
I'm just
don't know about
imagining.
that one.
I'm imagining Melgrim like taking off when it's dark outside and the ship's still moving at full speed and just going. The ship just zooming off from underneath them.
I did say once the ship has stopped. Thank you. Or you could do it to Gorham. That would be very funny as well. Because I'm sure that nothing could like he would never retaliate against you. He just is not the type, you know. It's beneath him.
Yeah, he's not
Yep.
one to have grudges or anything.
Oh no, no. It's like he doesn't strike me as the type, you know. He'd be like, "Oh ha, Melgrim, you're very silly, but I am too noble to stoop to such a level. So it's purely a win."
Right.
Yep.
Mhm.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying, you could like literally anybody, except you couldn't really do it to me because I would know it was coming because it was my idea. Oh! Are there windows on the crew quarters?
On the crew quarters?
Yeah, on the crew quarters, like where Nilbo and Erish sleep.
There are not, from which I remember.
But it's up against the wall, right?
Correct.
Like to the outside. Okay, well they're not windows. You could like bang on the outside on the hole when Nilbo goes to sleep. You'd scare him a little bit. Yeah, it'd be pretty funny.
Hi.
He's busy flying the ship on the other end. He can't hear me. There's no way. God damn.
Well, you know what? I think I'm gonna go down into the hold and.
I
I'm
want
fine with
to
this
see this. Yeah, I'm gonna follow
Gently
him
glide
down.
off of a box onto the ground.
Okay.
I want to see if it works. I'm following him down.
You need to go downstairs before you're all the way down there and you start to hear some light singing from below
Fucking
deck.
get that horse. Fucking horse. I
I
thought we shut it up.
I thought we
It's
did
only
too.
muffled.
Damn it. Yes, we will Then we'll test the cloak in the room with the creepy singing horse.
Sure.
Great.
Sure.
Is
You
the
get-
is the patch holding up pretty good?
It seems to be holding up all right. It's not pretty by any means, and it looks like someone shot the fucking side with a cannonball, but it's there and it's holding its
It
own.
makes us look tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
It's like a dent in an Escalade.
Like a battleship.
It's not a battleship because it's a
We're
cruise
working
ship.
on it. We're gonna make it a battleship though. We're basically gonna turn this into a cruise liner with like howitzers sitting on top. It'll be really weird looking. It's gonna be awesome.
However, you make your way down into the hold and everything. Your Kaushik's horse, albeit just a little bit muffled, as it has now a sweater, big cloak around it, just sort of wrapping it up. But
We should try to get rid of that somewhere. I'm just saying, between you and me.
all right,
Oh,
Melgrim,
Kaushik would get really mad.
what are you doing?
Probably.
I am going to grip the edges of the cloak and
Make a dexterity check
jump.
for me.
Oh,
boy.
shit!
Straight up dexterity check.
Let's go.
You rolling an advantage?
Says, while wearing this cloak, you have advantage on. Well, that's stealth
That's
check.
dexterity
so
stealth
that's,
checks,
That's dexterity stealth check. Yeah. So.
Just
yeah.
straight up
I
dex check.
misunderstood that. Dex 16.
Oh, that's
Okay.
not bad.
Not bad. A little bit shaky at first, as you've never really flown on your own before, but you're doing all right. Flying around.
That's cool. That
Couple of-
tiny space.
Yeah, it's difficult, but you end up succeeding, just trying to stay in between the floor and the ceiling here, because it's not too terribly tall. It's all of maybe 8 to 10 feet. So, but you stay in between the two all right.
Hell yeah. We totally have to you got to try it at night when you can actually fly around the ship.
Hi. Yeah. As part of this cloak, I wanted to try. And since I'm in dim light or darkness, I am going to polymorph self into a bat.
Holy
Fly around the ship for a little bit,
Okay.
and then come back down and poof.
You all just see a bat flying around the ship eventually, with the exception of maybe Milo, who's asleep at this point, but just flying through the ship. Erish takes it upon himself to attempt to capture it at one point, but yeah. You roll an intelligence check for me, Melgrim.
What's the bat stats? Bat stats.
Not your intelligence, the bat's intelligence.
Oh
actually,
no!
Well,
They
the
have
second part of this
intelligence
does
of
say,
2.
Does it keep your
while
mental?
you are in the form of the bat, you retain your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma score.
Oh, okay. All right. So +0 is just the straight roll, right?
Yep. So that still is just a 6.
It'd be so much worse if it was the bat, though. That'd be a 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Flying above deck's probably not a bad idea.
Uh-oh.
I want to be following him around, just following the bat around. This is really cool. You can turn into
He's
a
not
bat.
gonna make it that far. What y'all don't know is that Kaushik is deathly afraid of bats, and she is when the guy. I'm just kidding.
Toll the dead.
I have 1 hit point. Oh, that's rough.
As
You going up
Melgrim
top?
as Melgrim flies around the lower decks of the ship, and the rest of you, Milo getting a much needed power nap throughout the day. Erish makes some lunch for the rest of you. and you continue on your journey to Vralkek or the Shadow Marches. I'm going to leave that option still open here. We're actually going to take our break real quick. So, everybody, thank you for hanging around for all of this nonsense that's going around. Hope you're enjoying it. I know I am. We will be back in just a few minutes. Let's take a quick bio. Don't go anywhere. Much love.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. It is me and us and all of these same people that were just here just a few minutes ago. We are Hard Knock Dice, and we're going to continue on with our Eberron campaign with a wonderful RP. Half of a session, almost said session, half of a session right before this, as our players are making their way towards the west. I'm going to just start saying the west, because they may be heading to Vralkek, they may not be, depending on people's moods, but they're going to at least maybe inspect Vralkek, but their ultimate goal of the Shadow Marches, as they need to find a druid clan out there. Melgrim had played around with his bat cloak for the first time. Milo is going off on different tangents regarding how everything is connected and related, and drawing conclusions that are wild, bro. Kaushik and Milo made a nice connection on the deck of the airship, where she comforted him about making weapons and that they are doing at least some good in the world. And Gainoan and RTM coming to terms with some of the things that they've done in the past, and ultimately some of the things they'll be doing in the future together to either atone, but both settling on the fact that they're good men at the end of the day. So we pick back up with Melgrim flying around the ship as a bat in the middle of the day. Everybody else going about their business. Milo probably just waking up from a power nap. Erish sort of going around, just tidying up, picking up dishes, especially after Milo, as he finds just dishes strewn everywhere in his workshop. And eventually you hear Nilbo from the top deck just go, "Heads up, everybody! We have some skyfishes!" From the top deck.
I must investigate, as that is completely foreign to me.
Some what?
Milo is walking up, rubbing the sleep out of his eye.
What fishes?
Skyfishes, take a look. You look off to the side, maybe 100 feet or so off the deck. You see what look like giant jellyfishes, but in air. They are like translucent and blue-shaped domes with tentacles that probably stretch 25 to 30 feet down, just sort of lightly hanging. You see a pack of them, probably 6 to 8 of them, just sort of floating along. And Nilbo just continues on. Don't worry, they're not aggressive. They're pretty docile creatures. Don't get up under them though. They give you a little rattling for your money. But don't worry, we'll evade them. That's where we pick up.
I'm gonna wait for Milo to go above deck to check out this interesting marvel. And then once he's gone, I'm going to go into his room and take his coffee pot.
Okay.
I'm going to tell Erish, "I'm sorry I broke this," and hand over the coffee pot to him.
Right.
Roll for reading between the lines.
I did. I rolled an insight check for him, which he's very good at, by the way. It's a requirement for his job. He says, "I shouldn't have to begin with, but..." Right. And he just sort of looks around his, to my room.
Clumsy fellow. Sorry about that.
I do have multiple. I don't think he's going to believe me that I have no coffee, especially when I'm going to assume that you and the rest of the crew wants coffee.
But just the one pot, then you'll have to take that pot and make more with it, so it'll have a staggered effect.
This makes sense. Sort of. But yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so you go.
We should go look at these fishlings.
Skyfishes, yes. Skyfishes? And he just like the thought confounds him for a moment as he makes his way up to the top. Yeah, these creatures are just like sort of light, wispy, jelly type creatures that are just like floating along the air. Just in a pack towards the south, like towards the ocean.
How big are they?
You guess that their tentacles hanging down are probably 25 or 30 feet, and the bell itself is probably about 15 to 17 foot in diameter or so. They're pretty large creatures, and
So we're
I
talking
think they are rideable.
like
Monster
dire
Hunter.
niches.
something
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. But you look at him. He's they seem to be tusked skyfish. It seems you see two large like horns almost, but still made of the same like
What?
two like still made of jelly type material just off the side. They're odd looking beasts, but they're just sort of floating there.
Can
And
you ride them?
I never tried.
Oh man, this is very tempting. No,
Do they
stay on task.
what type of danger do they pose if you were to agitate them? You say they're rattling or something like that?
Yeah, I mean I've never been hit by one, but whatever long tentacles I'm sure can't be good. You make a perception check for me, RTM.
18.
Every now and again, because their tentacles are just sort of floating in the wind through these clouds, and you just see bits of electricity goes in between their tentacles every now and again.
Yeah, they look a little electric there, Gandalf, and you should be careful if you're going to try and ride one.
I mean,
how bad are you?
I mean,
willing
do they zap you on the top?
not that
make
I
an
know of.
ask? Could you
They're
open
going
an
an
ask?
opposite way from us.
It's actually kind of like a perpendicular, like y'all are Nilbo's like slowing down to let them pass. It's like when a bunch of like geese go across the road, he's like slowing down to let them pass. He's not really adjusting course.
I'm gonna say I'm very tempted.
Gandalf, no.
That makes it worse, not better.
Gandalf, do it.
Sure. I knew it was a good idea. All right.
No, Gandalf.
Wait.
Oh, You paid the adventurer's fee. I'm here to serve. If I'm getting on the same height, I'm just saying, if you start falling, I'm not as fast as you'll fall.
If he does go
Where
towards
some of them
those
are
jelly
closer.
boys, I am going to hold person.
I would like to use the Staff of the Woodlands to cast Speak with Animals on myself.
Okay, all right.
And I'll just call from the edge of the garden on the prow of the ship. Hey, you fellas out there,
I fucking hate druids.
do you mind if my friend rides on one of you just to see what it's like?
I fucking hate druids.
Oh
They're
my
not the only
god!
ones who can cast speak with animals.
Wait, what's... If I need to make a persuasion check, it's a 16. At disadvantage. I could give you some food if you like to eat something in particular.
I just need to see if it's understand, because their intelligence is low. So
Like a 1.
it's low. They stop when you speak to them, like as a group. You see one sort of slightly larger than the rest that's sort of heading it, sort of like undulating and whatnot, turn slowly towards you. Third time. I fucking hate druids, by the way. No druids allowed in campaign 2, goddammit.
Ask him if we can get some jellyfish jelly.
All druids,
No,
all
I-
druid party.
There is nothing better than fish jelly from a jellyfish.
Nobody really hears anything because it doesn't speak back to you. It seems like these things don't talk back in a manner of speaking, but casting animal speaking on yourself, it seems to be conveying like ideas and thoughts to you via like body motions and whatnot. And the current one is a like a look of confusion, not sure what ride is.
How far are they from the ship?
They're at this point, they floated a little bit closer. They were about 100 feet out. Now they're getting about 75, 60 feet out.
Okay, never mind.
But the group is currently following this bull.
I'll just say, Gandalin, come hop on my back, and I'll just sort of
Hell
use the staff
yeah.
to like brace a little bit so I can demonstrate. He just wants to see what it's like to be, I guess, more on top of one of you people. But you know, I'll say it like this. I'm trying to project my voice.
Okay.
Nothing could go wrong.
You said you rolled a 16?
16. And I offered them food. I have no clue what a jellyfish that goes to the sky would even eat.
Roll
Bill.
knowledge nature check, which I'm just gonna consider it. Oh, good
They're
God.
carnivorous.
Oh
Turns
my
out
God,
they eat
I-
halflings.
19. I don't know why
Oh,
I'm rolling so good
shit.
with disadvantage. A 19 and a 16.
They probably eat whatever gets trapped in their tentacles, which is probably birds.
Okay. This is fine.
Yeah.
So what did I say?
They convey to you food first.
Oh, okay. Irish, do you have any maybe meats or something that I could toss this fella? Just maybe like little slabs or something like that.
We do, but this is food for our journey.
I can get us some more food once we get back over land. It'll be all right.
Very well. And he goes down and brings you up some like. You just said meats, right? So he just brings you up like some ham and stuff like that.
Just like a chunk of ham.
Yeah,
that
like a
kinda
chunk
thing?
of ham.
Okay,
this is-
yeah, I'll
It's like preserved meats, like salted meats and whatnot.
Salted pork.
Spam. You think this jellyfish ever had spam before?
yeah, I'll kind of like rip it off into like fist-sized chunks and just throw it at him. Once it gets into maybe like 20 or 30 feet.
Once
I'm
they
not-
get into range.
Now, as a dungeon master, I have to consider what a salted piece of pork would do to a jelly-like being like a jellyfish. And for that, I am taking.
Jellyfish are usually in
The
the
ocean
ocean, though.
salty.
It's
Oh,
very
that's
salty.
that's fair. That's fair.
It's
That's a good
salty
point.
environment.
That's a good point. All right, because
They're
I
not
was.
I thought you and I were on the same wavelength as they would like acquire a taste for pork like insatiably and like attack
Ugh.
villages and take their
That'd be
pigs. And...
awesome.
That's the future. We're not worried about the future right now.
Okay.
Why would you say that?
So,
That'd be so
unfortunately,
cool.
Google turns up nothing for can a jellyfish eat salted pork. Jonesy, I'm so sorry I tried.
No, I'm gonna go with they live in the ocean, so it's a very salty environment, and they're not gonna recoil from it. And these, albeit in the air, are on the coast, so there's a lot of salt in the air caught in the water cycle. So
yeah.
Yeah.
You throw it. I'm gonna have you make one more persuasion check for me at disadvantage.
Are they within 36 feet?
Not yet.
Damn it.
This one's only 12.
Okay. Oh shit, my dice rolled off.
I'll say I can yeet myself 36 feet through the air.
Seemingly to thoroughly enjoy what it was just tossed as you yeet this chunk of ham into its tendrils. You see the tendrils like catch it, and then in between it just shocks, but it's not the shocks that are doing anything. Like as the tendrils pass over the meat itself, the meat just like dissolves into slurry and is like just on the skin. As
Yeah, we don't want to touch that.
they get closer and closer, just sort of gently floating up as
I
sort
will,
of
I will call
undulating.
on them as they
it says
as-
more.
as they move closer. Like, hey, watch that flaming ring there. That'll hurt if you touch it.
Right. They're getting a little bit close to the ship. They'll hurt the ship too. Oh shit!
I'll just
Hey,
keep
hey,
throwing.
Artyom, turn it to something that can fly. I'll throw it down at them. So we don't pull it onto the ship.
They're about 30 feet away now.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I can
that's-
jump it. I can jump it.
They're fine. You can. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep throwing. You can make it, Gandalin. They will get you. They're very fast moving.
Hey, go up just a little bit, Nilbo. I hope somebody's ready to catch me. Because I may very well miss. Go up a little bit, Nilbo, just a little, so I can have like a
Right?
arc
No,
downward
I
arc.
am because I don't want those
Yeah.
tentacles to hit the ship. We're going up, straight up,
Okay.
up, straight up.
Fantastic. I'm gonna take like a fucking running jump using a key point to step in the wind to triple my jump distance.
Make an acrobatics check for me.
Yeah, I was like, he's coming over. Please do not eat him. This is not pork. This is my friend.
That's a 13 on the dice for a total of 22.
22. Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody else is just watching Gainwin do this. Gainwin full on through the garden, off the bow of the boat, launches himself through the air towards this thing.
This is not how I saw this camping session go.
Oh yeah.
Same. This was just meant to be like a visual encounter that y'all just saw
By the way.
stuff.
How is Milgram's bat form doing up top deck?
Make a dexterity check for me.
Oh boy,
Oh, is it? This is afternoon.
that's a nat 20.
Okay. It's doing okay. It's windy as fuck, but you're doing okay.
Yeah.
About to get blown into some tendrils.
Oof.
I'm gonna fly over to Artyom and just
Is he still a bat?
He's still
Yeah.
bad. Does that?
Oh,
still
okay.
bat.
Well, I
Okay,
need.
I didn't know
Okay.
if the polymorph worked the same as the flight.
I think the polymorph it stopped until it's dispelled. Once you do it, you can
Okay,
only
yeah.
cast it in dark. but, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
If I'm wrong, oh well. He's a bat right now.
Okay. I've no idea.
Anyways,
Yeah, no,
Hell
that's
yeah.
how it works.
Gandalin, as you land, I would like you to make a persuasion check for me. Actually, I'm gonna make this animal handling.
That is barely better. That is
Oh.
better by 1. I only have a 14 wisdom. I'm not proficient. But with a 17 on the dice, that's a 19.
Holy shit.
Yeah. This is very lucky.
Gandalin, you are on a giant
Yes.
jellyfish in the sky.
How does it feel?
You
It's
land on it.
Is it like being on a cloud?
It's not slimy. The top of it isn't slimy, but it does have give. And as you look down, you see just like you see through because the skin of it's translucent. Like there's only like blue striations through it every now and again, but you're looking through and you see clear organs within the bell of this thing. Just this sort of like vroom, 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 pulsing of different sort of bile and whatever else is going through this jellyfish right now. But it's not bucking you at all. Off at all. It sort of
Yeah,
seems to be like entranced by like wanting more from food from Artyom, but it is not really reacted to your presence.
This is fucking
Who else is
cool.
on deck?
This is fucking cool. Hey!
Yeah,
Everybody at
I'm
this
on
point.
deck. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
We used to ride these babies for miles, I hear in the back.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll,
Walking up to go ahead.
yeah, I'll kind of like notice the bat on my shoulder, and then just go like, okay, this is all I have left, and just throw him the last, or throw the jellyfish the last bit of the ham that's left.
I thought this
thought you
thing
were gonna
pretty
throw the
well done.
bat.
I thought
I-
this
I
thing.
thought you were about to switch that.
So,
I thought Melgrim was taking a fucking ride.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
take
but no.
you for a ride.
Yeah. Walking up to Koshik, still just kind of sleepily, like half-lidded eyes, just be like, lean over.
Why?
This is really fucking cool.
It's
What
like,
Gandalf wants, Gandalf gets, I guess.
Okay.
uh-oh.
More?
Back away.
Question mark? It says to you, RTM.
This is all I have. I'm sorry, we don't have more right now. We need enough for ourselves.
Turns and flies away.
Uh-oh. Ah, hey! RTM, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Well,
Goodbye.
okay.
See
I
you
am
later.
Go get him,
Hey,
Archie!
Mr.
25
Jellyfish,
feet.
Mr. Jellyfish, please do not let him
30 feet.
Because I went down, I can't make that same jump back up. Like, well, Mr. Jellyfish, please turn around. I'm gonna like pat him, like, hey, will you please take me back to my friends? Oh no.
I will cast a 3rd level spell to get a similar buddy as on my shoulder to come and swoop down and pick up Gandalf. But I will do so with a few other very large bats in case they decide to go, oh, here's more food. So that I basically have decoy bats to eat opportunity attacks as this thing airs Gandalf back to the ship.
What CR are your bats?
They are 1/4, I believe.
How many hit points do they have?
Uh-oh.
Let's see. Hold on.
But if I just jump and you catch me?
Only one bat matters here. Only one.
I mean, I bet you I could jump out of their threatened
They have
space.
22 hit points. Armor class of 13.
Okay. I don't want to do this.
I could jump out of their threatened space. Like, I'm on its head. I can't imagine its tentacle is gonna go what like, up over on towards its head. Like, oh man, chaos.
Make a dexterity check for your bats to get Gandalf out of there.
Okay.
As they see the bats and start like swelling up, like getting higher than them, and start flying towards them as well. It seems like part of the pack is like breaking apart.
The purpose was to have one bat that was from above and the other 3 to be lower down as decoy bats for them to attack first.
Gotcha. Okay, make a dex check for the one on top, or let's call it a stealth check in case they get a bonus to it. I don't know.
It's 14 regardless. That's just both flat decks. 14.
All right. They don't have a perception bonus. So, all right.
They don't have eyes.
They still have perception. The bats you send in there within the matter of like, you said how many hit points?
22.
But within the matter of about 12 seconds, those bats are no more. With actually 6 to 8 of these things, it's probably closer to like 5 seconds as they just rake their tentacles across these bats and it's just into nothingness. However, Gandalf, when you're picked up and taken onto the ship.
Woohoo! Well, my goodness, that was like once in a lifetime opportunity, you know. Very cool.
I'll just give Gandalf a nod and be like, okay, little buddy, where did you come from? On my shoulder. Since I can still speak with animals, I guess.
Yeah.
Would Melgrim be able to just speak back to me?
Bat-like intelligence.
It says that they can communicate with me based off of their intelligence, which his is 10.
His is 10,
Melgrim-like
so
intelligence.
It's still Milgrim's intelligence.
You would, yeah, it's still,
Dwarf-like
yeah. I would say you hear, like RTM just turn to his shoulder and like let out a bunch of like high pitched whistles and little shrieks and stuff. And Melgrim, you understand them perfectly and can reply in a bunch of bat shrieks yourself.
Hello, Arthium.
Oh, my reputation precedes me. How are you doing?
It's me, Melgrim.
Oh. Wait, they look like you turned into a bat?
Yeah, man.
It's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. All right.
Well, you definitely need to stay on my shoulders. These tentacle things will turn you into liquid mush as a bit.
Aye.
Actually, and then in normal speech, in common, I will say, we probably want to get away from these things pretty quickly. I don't know if they're still really hungry and expect us to give them more food. So maybe like if full burn on the elemental there.
Way ahead of you, as you see Nilba just sort of like swinging around them. Just waiting to see if your buddy made it back. That's all.
Hey, I'm here.
And after the bats that you summoned go away, Artyom, go away is a nice way of putting it, are dispersed of.
I'll send the last one over the edge to dive down and away from the ship.
Okay.
The one that dropped Gandalin off.
The bull turns towards you once more from a distance and goes, more? That's it.
That's all I've got. Goodbye.
Starts turning back towards the ocean. Slow. They are slow creatures, just flying back towards the ocean.
Hell yeah.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself.
Yeah, that was pretty fun. It's like really weird. They're like squishy. It's kind of like, you go to like move one side, then you almost lose your balance. You could just roll like right off. It'd be bad, but
yeah,
you
it
can see
was
like down through the top and like its organs and stuff. It was really cool.
By the way, this is Melgrim on my shoulder. He can.
Oh yeah, we were messing with the cloak, and then he turned into a bat and was like flying around all downstairs, and I guess he came up here. Yep.
That is great.
I know, it's really cool.
Yes, now Melgrim can fly.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah.
I have a question. Because there has been some new developments amongst the group.
Yes.
Melgrim can now turn into a bat. What can the rest of you do that's new? I'm sorry, I'm interested.
I can bring people back from the dead and have them turn into different species altogether.
What?
That's pretty good. Yeah. Did you not
Did
see
you-
Mirek? He turned into a bird man.
I did not.
Did you not see the bird man?
You make friends all the time. I did see him. I didn't know he was someone else before.
Oh yeah, he
It
was
was
dead.
the unfortunate man that was stuck to the portable
Wheelchair.
chair thing.
Yeah.
Wheelchair, yes.
But now
Right,
he has
right.
wings and legs. Yep.
Milo
It's-
has a suit that explodes, or had a suit that
I think
exploded.
it's only exploded like one time. I think that
It's
was like a
the-
one-time thing.
But you did
know what?
manage to get a couple of pieces from it.
Yeah.
Well, the suit thing was. I mean, there was a dead body inside of it. It was an assassin that was after him to kill him.
Yep.
And
A member of the Tarkanans, then.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
And Melgrim and Batform are just gonna take a look like, yep.
Melgrim,
Yeah.
we purchased a cloak in
In
in Sharn that allows Melgrim to fly in the dark and turn into a bat. So now he is a bat right now.
It shouldn't be for that much longer. It only lasts for like an hour, right? We got like a little bit of time left. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
But I mean, a lot of new things have happened. Yeah, it's been quite a time in Sharn. If you have any questions, I am happy to answer them. So we can just do that.
Sure. Yeah. Eventually. Not maybe after you're done from your high of riding a skyfish.
I mean, it's pretty cool. You should have tried it. You'd like it, I bet.
Absolutely not.
No, really? You strike me as the very adventurous type, Irish. I think you'd have liked it very much.
I am on an airship with you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
I
okay.
think
You can call us
everybody
crazy.
should have done it. It would have been like a super good like group activity.
My boundaries are stretched every day. With that,
See?
I will continue my duties.
Okay. Suit yourself.
Yeah, I'll follow Erish back below deck.
Okay.
With Melgrim, I guess.
Yeah. the day continues forth. Is there anything anybody has planned for day 2 of this trip?
After
I was
Oh.
going to explain things to Erish of if he had any more questions once we got below deck, away from Nilbo.
Okay, gotcha.
noggin.
If you follow him down and continue on with it, if he has any questions or anything, he says, well, I've heard of the Tarkanans. Their reputation is widespread, I suppose. So for you to, I don't know, it's quite something if you have surely dissuaded them from following you further. Are you sure that you have?
No, we're not sure, but if they come back against us, we'll be more powerful and should be able to stop them with greater strength in this case. I think this time when they attacked us, they definitely understood that trying to kill Milo was going to be something that would cost them probably a lot more money than it was worth to keep trying to kill him. So I would not expect them to try to take such a heavy swing unless we are noticeably back in Sharn, and it was a matter of saving face to not allow a mark back on a proverbial doorstep. But that's just a swamp guy's, interpretation of events.
It seems
Crowley might have some more information if some of his contacts could keep an ear to the ground to see if they're still looking for us.
I'm sure he could. Very well. I'm just glad that it went well. I wasn't much in the loop in Sean, so.
Milo, as you know, was going to build a suit for them and decided that it would have been a terrible thing for them to have this suit. And then they got a more powerful individual, or a more the Alex the Kenneth, the House Kenneth guy, made them a suit, and then we had to kick the shit out of it, and it exploded. So
Merrick's Kenneth created the suit that exploded yesterday.
correct, yes. Yeah, like the guy.
You are on everybody's naughty list.
Well, no. It's not like we destroyed his personal suit. He
Oh.
designed the suit for these people,
Okay,
and that was the end of the transaction for him.
all right. So just one major house pissed off at you, plus a pseudo house.
Correct.
Just
Well,
one.
yeah.
Just one.
Currently. I was looking
Yeah.
for an interesting job. I'm not sure if I definitely got what I bargained for. The value in my selection has been immeasurable. For sure.
If you're unhappy, we can make
I am-
sure that
He stops you, like places a hand on your shoulder. I assure you, I am more than happy with having friends and all that you take on. I was looking for this life. It is not that at all. It's just never ceasing surprise.
I'm more than happy to hear it. Eventually you're gonna have to come with us out into the field at some point and make some interesting candles to put people to sleep or seduce them or something so that we can diplomatize better.
I've actually
Hearing
been
that-
meaning to talk to you.
Hearing that, Melgrim's gonna and then hop off and polymorph himself back into himself.
Okay.
I'm glad you didn't do that on my shoulder. I appreciate. I'm glad you didn't do that on my shoulder. I was kind of worried that was going to happen, but
Just pat him on the back. I don't know if you can hold me up anymore, lad.
Welcome back. But yes.
Being a bastard.
yeah, you're saying something about your candles.
Well, less about the candles, but more so accompanying you, maybe. But I don't want to be much of a liability, and I think that I would be this early in my studies. So,
Okay. Well, if you want to get some training, we can always start that as soon as you're comfortable with it.
I've been trying to watch Milo a bit in his studies, however erratic they may be, but it's not quite exactly what I'm looking for, I suppose. I'm more interested in the chemical reactions and things. So, smells, food, they both have them both in common. They're both things that I love. And if I could turn them into something more useful, then I think that's the route I would like to go. So, reading is at my full front currently, but perhaps if you go somewhere that is not quite out of something that I can handle, maybe I would surely accompany you. Until then, I'll be on the ship.
All right. Well, if you need any other kind of training, like some self-defense type kind of training or anything like that, we'd be more than happy to help you, learn how to defend yourself. I don't know if you've had any formal, like, training for combat or anything like that, or armoring or anything of the sort. Okay, well, maybe we can teach you how, I suppose. I would look forward to that.
I would request that you treat me like, much like you did Lydia, and not as you've treated others that approach the bean.
Right. No, I would not abuse you or anything like that.
That would be appreciated.
Please do not slap my shit, he said.
Yes. However. Okay. Well, thank you. And I
Yeah, absolutely.
appreciate the talk. Perhaps we can talk more later tonight. For the meantime, back to my regular duties. Sort of rolls up his sleeves, takes off and starts cleaning and getting some things ready for tonight.
Okay.
Legend.
Anything else anybody would like to do?
I'm gonna get the dried Haru figure and give it to Kashik. Here you go. Hey, I think this looks pretty good like him, yeah?
Candlein, this is incredible. It looks perfect. It's beautiful. Oh, she's gonna love it. Thank you so much.
No, yeah, of course.
Did I pay him already? Did I pay you already?
Yeah.
Okay.
I used it to buy paint.
Oh, yeah.
If I recall.
I really appreciate this. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
I'll be sure.
Makes a very big difference when you use the right kind of wood, apparently, I've discovered.
Oh. Well, I'll be sure to include in the note for her mother to read to her that you're the one who crafted this. Oh, God, she's going to love this.
I certainly hope so.
And then Kashik will go back to what she's been doing for most of the day, which has been diligently writing down everything that she knows about the blood rites and the blood moon for Milo.
Okay. Roll me just a straight wisdom check. This is going to be you remembering details from every sort of text that you've read before, and recalling memories that you have, sermons and the like.
Is this just the D20, no additional?
D20 plus 5.
Okay.
Yep. Since your wisdom's 5.
So that is a 10 total.
10? Okay. It's not too hard of a check. This is just you sort of recalling the things that you've been taught. And Kashik has sort of been steeped in this for most of her life. So this is just a general knowledge about how much detail you can recall to sort of pass along to Milo about different blood rites and things like that. Now, whether or not it's going to play a role in his connection to whatever he might be connecting, you don't know, but certainly bringing back some memories, and certainly some things that have just been hammered into Kashik's head over the years. from her teacher.
Word. Scribble, scribble,
can't-
scribble.
You can't help but to hear just every time you write down a familiar phrase, because it is in those exact words as you're writing them down, you can't help but to hear his voice in the back of your head saying it over and over again.
I'm gonna roll a d8, see how many pencils I break out of frustration and anger in the process.
Oh no.
All of them.
Yeah, you break all
I
of
rolled
this
an 8.
beforehand.
So 8 out of 8 pencils.
Just going through, and every time it happens, straining and break. And it happens like every other paragraph, Kasha. You have run out of pencils at this point, and you're now working with the half pencil. And as you're finishing up what you're writing, and even that gets just a fucking toss at the end of it all. It's taking you through some stuff to sort of recall all of this, but it's impressive how much you've retained.
Thank you.
At a cost, but impressive nonetheless. What would you guys like to do for the rest of the day?
Milo, for his part, after walking out, seeing Gandalin on a jellyfish and be like, somehow that tracks, turning around and just going right back inside, is going to go start to try to organize his notes from his manic explosion.
Okay.
Over the previous, he's like, all right, we're in the come down phase of everything. Time to be a bit more professional and kind of like go back there and unfuck his entire workspace.
As you go down, you do see that Erish started some of it for you. He has tried, but it is very, very loose organization. At the very least, your workspace is now cleaned. The surfaces are wiped down from spilt coffee and coffee rings, and there are no more dishes just sort of laying around, and like snack crumbs have been swept and wiped up.
Right.
But some of your papers are a little bit more organized, but you spend the time going through them and like, just give me two things, Milo. I want you to give me first a sort of sense of what you're trying to connect right here, what your mind is working to like bring together, and then after that, I want you to give me an intelligence check.
Gotcha. So the seed was planted when he was informed that the constellation, God, I forgot the word for a second, of the traveler was associated with like travel between dimensions and stuff. She didn't give him nearly as much information as he would like, but gave him that at least. That combined with the blood moon and then also Zoriat having to do with dimensional travel, he feels like there is a chance that things are connected, and he is working to try and get information together to either prove or disprove that theory, or at least figure out what other information he would need for it.
Make an intelligence check for me.
Oh God. Not bad.
You need to roll your portents at some point there in the day.
Oh, yeah, I also will do that after this. Just intelligence will be 21 if I don't get proficiency to it, since it is not a save.
Just an intelligence check. 21, still very nice. Trying to connect these things. You were just working to connect dots, and you're looking at the star charts. You're sort of racking your brain as you go through them, reorganize them. You have your star charts, your notes that you've been taking since the beginning, and sort of just like chronologically ordering them, and then by place as you place them from side to side. The timing of the traveler being over the sky 3 to 4 months ago. Ragnar Dyrtuli's fall or rise, seemingly some like coinciding with that. His sudden interest in, or his seemingly sudden, but as you saw the room itself was like haphazardly put together. It was just a room that seemed like it was an office that seemed like it had everything stripped out, and then just like very bare bones, like interested in astrology all of a sudden. And then also him starting on this journey for whatever reason. Your back of your nail that started searing, it being the traveler. The 21, you're not sure what effect that would have, but you think that star, that constellation, has had an effect now on 2 people that you've observed. Ragnar Deersley in Flamekeep, and Zipporah Dinsmore in Moonwatch. An effect that you're not sure exactly what that means, but the timing of it and the sort of effect that you've just seen it wash over them. It seems like if someone, and you've actually observed first person, a third that it's had an effect on you, looking at that, just gazing upon that constellation. And as you did, the back of your nail just sort of like body memory, if you know what I'm talking about, like starts to sear, and just remembering that feeling happening. And maybe it's not a direct thing. You don't have anything to directly like this is what caused his actions or anything like that. You're not exactly sure. But the timing of it is oddly coincidental.
Not ignoring you, I was taking IRL notes.
No worries. The blood moons seem unrelated. You can't find any sort of timing or anything that lines up, with the exception of like your observations of them at the Moonwatch Observatory. That's the only thing that's sort of coincidental about them. Other than that, the timing seems not relevant.
Raj.
Hopefully they got you something what you were looking for. But
oh yeah. Certainly for 1 days of reviewing thought vomit notes
so
and reorganizing, I'd say that's a good day's work.
21 will get you that sometimes, but all right. The rest of the day continues. Milo organizing, probably take a solid hour, 2 hours to do that at the very, very minimum. Is there anything else anybody's doing throughout the day? It's a quiet day at this point. Nothing is happening. Those gray clouds in the sky getting closer, flying from the south to the north. Probably
Is
another.
going with the wind?
Do what?
Are they going with the wind?
At the moment, yeah.
Okay.
You're getting a weird mixture right now, and Nilbo actually comment on it. He's like, I don't like this wind, really.
What is it?
Cold wind, south wind, combining like this. It's just a recipe for disaster.
Do you think we'll be in the middle of it, or will we be past it?
He just sort of gives you a look. It's like, we heading, regardless of where we're heading, we're going to be in the middle of this. This is, he sort of looks at the horizon, and it's like on either side of you within visible distance. It is large and looming coming your direction.
Is this something that happens around this time of year usually?
Yeah, I mean, especially around the coast areas.
All right. Well, is there anything that can be done to prepare more for weathering it, or?
Not really. Just when it comes, everybody being on board and alert is going to be the real thing. Seems we got about. It's probably going to hit us at least at its hardest around when we get near Vrelkek if we decide to make that stop. So
we'll be most of the way there. We will not be still over the water at that point, will we? Or near the water.
Well, it depends really. If we end up swinging out, we could be out, but not more than a couple 1,000 feet, I would assume, just to keep us safe.
Yeah. Only a couple 1,000 feet.
Sure. But yes, I guess all we can do is keep our fingers crossed, and hopefully it won't be too bad.
I've only heard of a couple of airships getting taken down by lightning, so shouldn't be too big of a deal.
I will take your word for it.
We'll see, I suppose. There's no guaranteeing in the adventurer's fee. They didn't tell you that. It's in the fine print.
All right.
It's just sort of
Just like
smokes.
think about it for a second. Just okay. It's like, well, I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, eventually throughout the day, Nilbo just like driving gets kind of, all right, I'm gonna take a little break and sort of see this mark on his forearm travel up and hit the wheel itself. Sort of like white energy hitting the wheel, and you guys keep going, and he walks away from the wheel.
Quick interjection.
Surely.
DM. How many cruise quarters were there?
There's one crew quarter. There is 10
Well,
regular beds.
okay.
There's 10 regular beds on the second floor. On your bottom floor, there's a cruise quarter, and then directly across from that, Milo made his workshop, and then the kitchen down below.
Okay, so in the cruise quarters is like a shared space then.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. And how many beds are in there?
Like 8.
Like 8? Okay.
Like 8 like bunk beds, so 16.
Cool.
Very empty space at the moment with only 2
It is
people
very, very
staying
empty.
in there.
Correct. They have a lot of room to themselves.
You think they still use the same bed? One's top bunk, one's bottom bunk, just on the one bed.
I feel like that's like bad form, right? Like,
Yeah, it's like one guy's at the urinal, and then you go to the urinal right next to him. You don't do
They
that.
just want to be close to somebody, man. Sheesh.
if I was Irish and I saw Nilbo come in there and pick the bunk that I was on, I'd be like, dude, are you serious?
But Erish is a little bit too polite to say anything to him, so he just like lays there. All right, but however, back in your hands. Anything for the rest of the day?
After having that conversation with Erish, I would like to get Melgrim's attention. Melgrim, we've got to. You've heard Erish talk about this. We have to definitely welcome him to the adventuring party, as it was. So
Yeah.
I'm going to need you to help me carry some wood up here, because I kind of disassembled my bed in my room.
Okay.
And I need to make a new one.
I'm about to haze Irish. What's going on here?
What? No.
Okay. Just making sure.
So
All right.
I'm going to use, I guess, a couple of casts of shape wood
Sure.
to rip a bunk bed out of the crew's quarters, and with Melgrim's help, carry it up to my room that has no bed, and with another casting, try to get it into a rough shape of, I guess, a larger double bunk bed, just pushed up next to each other. And yeah, with that, I will also try to get someone else to aid me in keeping Erish busy with something. Maybe try to get Milo to keep him locked in his room as they go over and organize notes and stuff.
I'm not going to require a roll for that.
Okay.
If Milo agrees to letting Erish assist him in his lab, Erish will wholeheartedly agree, and assist you organize your notes. But it will also come with him asking you about the things that you removed yesterday. But we can get to that.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead, Artyom.
And then I also need to get Gandalfin's help with some painting and some wood carving. All right.
Sure. What do we
And
think?
I would like to use my last 4th level spell to shape wood on, I guess, like a crate or maybe a chair or something that we have that we're not using,
Sure.
and make the rough shape of a shield, but have a notch in the back of it to where maybe there's like half a dozen like vague shapes for like candle holders that you could put in it. where you can like set candles so you can like light them on the inside. And then I'm basically I don't you have Gambling, you have the woodworking skills. Could you make some sort of like with paints or whatever, like some sort of like pretty candle thing on the front of the shield?
Like a candle emblem?
Yeah, like a House of Irish emblem of candles. I don't know. I'm not super artistic.
You're not what?
I'm not.
I
super
got you.
artistic.
I got it. Yeah. Okay. What I'll paint on the front is basically okay. So what I'm going for here is basically like a lighthouse painting, but instead of the lighthouse, it's like it's a candle, and so it's like a candle jutting out on like this little like an outcropping, of rock like out into the shore. So like vaguely a little bit of water there and going straight up, and the candle light shining out into like a sunset kind of backdrop with like the purples and oranges of like a really like the last little sliver of the sun kind of in the background.
Go and roll a painting check for me.
All right. It's only a 15. It's rough. Oof.
15 is still perfectly capable of drawing what you want to on the front of this.
Okay.
You making you around the circle of it and whatnot, making your horizon in the background and then the candle over front. It's a pretty good job. I mean, it's nothing to shirk at, especially if this is actually used as a shield and gonna get hit by fucking something. It's a damn good job for an emblem. So, yeah, it looks great.
Sick.
After getting those parts done, I'll approach Kaushik and then Crowley if they want to add anything. And I'll obviously get some leather. I can do some leather working to get like the straps to work properly on the back of it and all that jazz.
Yeah, go and roll a leather working tool. Leather working tools for me.
Yeah, I rolled an 18 plus things.
Yeah, easily enough.
Okay. You guys have any other? I'll go to Crowley first. Like, Crowley, you in there? Okay.
The door will just open.
So Erish has he's busy right now with Milo doing a bunch of cleaning in his room there, but I'm going to give him my room so that he can have a window, and because he wants to sometimes actually do some adventuring with us. So if there's anything that you would like to add to this, me and Gandalin and Melgrim helped make him this shield to because I mean he's going to need to protect himself. Anything you want to add to this situation?
Some words of comfort and a house motto, no doubt, that can be carved into his home and room.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ask Kaushik real quick if she's got any ideas while I finish or we get the finishing touches done on this. And I will similarly head over to Kaushik. So, Kaushik, Erish says he wants to train up and eventually go adventuring with us. So, I'm going to we're putting in place to give him my old room so that he can be on the same level with us and get him this good shield to protect himself. Is there anything you want to add?
I'm gonna take a look at the shield. Did you say in the back that there's a candle holder?
Yeah, there's like 6 candle holders in the back.
So he can like put
have
his
them, like ready to go, just
So
like add a light, that kind of thing.
That's so cool. He can't do magic, can he? Can he do actual can he make fire? He can't make his own fire.
Yeah, he
With
lights candles with magic all the time.
Does he light him with magic?
Yeah.
You've
Oh.
seen
Literally did
Erish
it
do magic before.
Oh, okay. Ah,
I know for a fact he has prestidigitation.
Irish. Okay, alright, Irish, let's fucking go. I honestly can't think of anything else it could need. It's wonderful. Oh, he's gonna love this Artyom.
Well, even better. He raises the little funny though.
Oh, this is so exciting. It's lovely.
All right.
I can't think of a single thing.
Melgrim, did you want to add anything before we do this?
I don't know. I mean, if we had a group name, we can put that somewhere on the shield, or maybe a banner. Welcome
We
to.
probably
Yeah.
do need a group name at some point. Do you guys want to come up with a group name right now on the spot?
Shit.
We can give it a go.
Let's go.
The
Here
marvelous
we go.
menagerie.
Here we fucking go.
We've got 45 minutes left in the episode. We can just spend the whole time doing this.
Oh no!
Jones, are you okay, buddy?
You made him spit on his new shirt.
Does
Yeah.
anybody
Oh,
have any
sorry.
ideas?
It'll come out in the wash, I'm sure.
What we should name our adventuring party?
I don't know. We should probably do something that sounds really cool or like really justice refined or something like that, or really gaudy and I don't know, like a funny name maybe. I have no idea.
We're really like cool, right? We're really awesome.
Yeah.
So like, I actually don't know that many words, so I'm kind of struggling here.
I've been considering it. How do you guys feel about the Avengers?
That sounds
Hey,
The
stupid.
ghost of Milo pops in with a hard veto on that.
The ghost of Milo's dead? The ghost
no.
of Milo?
He died temporarily just to deliver that message.
I
Oh,
don't
no.
know.
Technically, he's already died twice, so.
Oh, good point.
Turns out this isn't a real Milo. This is Milo 3.0.
But instead of improving, it just keeps getting worse every time.
The real campaign is going to be when y'all find the clone factory where all the Milos are being made.
God, no.
Y'all should have gone to the warehouses on the docks where I told you, where I was pointing to y'all to go.
Uh-oh.
Damn.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
We are Milo.
Turns out
Bum.
the whole time the tar cannons aren't after the armor, they're after Milo, their prototype clone.
Oh, shit.
Hey, Artyom,
Yeah.
maybe. Do you think we should? Might be kind of cool. Do you think we should ask Erish what our group name should be, and then?
No, that would ruin the surprise.
Yeah, probably right. I don't know.
The,
You can always ask Nilba for a suggestion.
that's stupid. I don't know to ask it. Oh, shit.
Everybody hates
The
Nilba.
was the planar Vanguard. I don't know. That's Milo's
Are you-
being like over here scribbling on the paper instead of talking. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Lance.
Oh wait, no, Milo's.
Yeah, Milo's
keeping
in there with
Eric
Erish.
occupied, that's right. Never
Are you-
mind.
You guys are in Artyom's room, right?
I also
so-
I would like to make one last addition to the shield.
Oh,
The other issues.
Yeah.
yeah, Erish is room.
And also, DM, I know I bought paints. Would it make sense if I have woodworking tools and stuff? Would I have like any amount of lacquer?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So, I don't want to carve like along the top edge of the shield in Carnathy, to be a light to guide those through the darkest of violence. And then I want to lacquer that whole the whole front and everything to help protect the paint and the carving and everything.
Well, it's actually really cool, Gimblin. We could have our group name be like Light Bearers or something like that. We could all be based around the Irish, carrying the torch for us. Okay?
I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea.
I am not Corelli. I mean, you're good with names and stuff, and you know of like other people who have all kinds of names that are probably already taken for other organizations and stuff. Do you have any suggestions?
Yes, there's quite a bit of copyright in the.
Right. I
Flowing
that,
around.
Like Justice League was also taken.
Yes, that is actually taken by
Oh,
someone in
shit.
Sharn.
They could use more of them, probably.
They're probably like a bunch of losers though, so I mean we could just like beat them up and take their name, right?
It depends on the iteration. Anyway.
Okay.
How do you guys feel about the Justice League?
The Just Us
Jesus
League.
God, please, guys.
To interrupt some of the copyright and also give Crowley some time to think. You guys, as you're sort of discussing this out in the hallway in front of Erish's room that you're getting ready, Nilbo comes by snacking on a sandwich. What about the jellyfish jumpers?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I like that actually.
That's actually not bad.
Yeah. Only one of us jumped the jellyfish.
That is true.
It only
Actually, yeah.
happened one
That
time.
would be my title, the Jellyfish Jumper, singular.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Well,
And the rest of you get to be in the group after you jump on the jellyfish. Yep.
Should I turn the ship around?
Yeah, maybe.
Go find the jelly. They're not too fast.
Yeah, they're pretty
That's
slow.
his personal title for Gandalf. I'm not jumping on the jellyfish.
Gandalf.
What is
What?
What'd you say, my lady? I'm sorry, I interrupted.
I just asked what Nilbo was snacking on.
A sandwich.
I
Okay.
thought he had a pickle. I was like, this
I did
mother.
too.
It's a giant pickle. He
Joke's
picked
on
it
you.
up
It's a
before.
pickle sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
Ah!
Evil! The McPickle rises.
He probably eats peanut butter and pickle sandwiches.
Oh, you.
I bet you he does. He looks like the type.
That's my input. Jellyfish jumpers. And he walks away. All right, Crowley. Anything?
My mind is just suddenly just groups based after pickles now, so thanks for that, DM.
Yeah.
I will tell you, though, that Crowley will have reappeared with a lovely card that he calligraphied himself and wrote with some heartfelt words for Erish to put on his, what I assume, I would hope there's a bookcase or a little nearby nightstand, and he'll just put it right there.
If there was, it would have had to been put in here because previously this was Artyom's room. So
Yeah, I don't know.
But I will
Artyom does
say
in his room. I have-
throughout when you actually raided his room, his current room in the staff quarters, you did see a small put together bookshelf that he had in there, as well as some of like bunk beds disassembled and turned into like a workspace. So you easily enough to bring that sort of personal stuff that he had down there to bring it up into
Right.
his room.
Maybe, Gandalf, maybe you should lacquer that up. It's a little rough looking. I don't know. Maybe
What?
give it a once over. This
What-
stand here,
what
this
thing?
bookcase,
Uh,
these things we're bringing up.
Artyom,
Chop, chop.
what kind of flowers are in your garden? Do you have flowers? Just
Yeah, I have all kinds of flowers in there, and daisies and daffodils, lilies. all
I mean,
kinds of
shouldn't their name be like kind of intimidating though?
do you think? No, it's not. That has nothing to do with it.
Oh,
Do you think
okay.
maybe you should cut some, put them in the room to make it a little more homey, and then
Oh
once
yeah, we should.
once
Yeah, I'll go.
once
get
they dry.
You guys like get some names together. I'll go make a bouquet of flowers so that it smells good in there whenever it gets in.
Once
Yeah,
once the petals dry, he can use them in his candle making as well.
right, it's like double use. Yeah,
It's
it's a great
perfect.
Oh yeah, we could be the Dark Lamps 2.
I'll kind of like stage you like, "Oh,
Darker lamps.
I already said light bearers. You fucking captain.
What about like we are like trying to help like the whole continent. We could have like the name. We could have Corvair in the name or something like. Oh yeah, we're here for the whole everybody. You know. So, like that might be like it'll be a little more compelling for people to be like, oh yeah, they're good guys. They are like everybody's buddy.
We'll just be the good guys.
The good guys. It's all, but then that's also not very scary for like bad people. You know.
It
We want
also
them to
makes
hear our
people
name and go,
suspect.
"Oh no, they're coming to town. We should like run away or stop doing."
I'm
things that are
gonna
bad," you
say, with all the work and all the conversation, Milo, you're running dangerously thin on time
know?
to keep Erish busy at this point. Because painting and carving the shield and lacquering the shield and lacquering, you are now saying, like you're now telling Erish to do things that he's beginning to see like, wait a minute, this is no longer something that I actually need to do.
And was I notified that I was supposed to be keeping him
Yes.
busy? Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, in that case, like, I'll sit down and start.
Yeah. Since we have a few extra days, actually, I wanted to hear some of your theories on how you wanted to infuse your candles. What you've done so far is already fascinating, but, you know, from an academic perspective, I would love to hear what else you have ready in store for us.
Roll a persuasion check for me. Actually, I froze. I froze. I froze. I froze. Here I am. Because I'm just gonna let y'all know this on the YouTube videos. I do not freeze, but all of you do. So I put on a little show for everybody in the meantime, which typically involves some sort of singing, like I just did. However, Milo, I want you to roll. It's gonna be a deception check against Erish's insight, and I'm gonna let you know Erish's job is to be insightful.
Oh, ho, ho. This man's gonna roll up on us just sitting there like trying to think
It's
of names
okay.
outside this room. Like,
Milo's got portents to lie.
He has not
No,
rolled
I
them
don't.
yet.
My portents was
Oh,
a
did you
2
use
and a
them all
9.
already? Oh,
they
well,
were a
damn.
2 and a 9. They were
Oh.
not good.
Yeah, for Erish.
All right.
Oh yeah.
All
I'm
right.
not using portents to manipulate our friend.
Do it. Who else are you gonna manipulate?
What'd you roll?
Natural 20.
What'd you roll?
I rolled an 8 and my bonus is a 1.
Use it to manipulate our friends. Use it to manipulate our friends.
Y'all see it? Y'all see what's on the
Erish
top
rolled a
there?
2. Erish rolled a 2.
Erish rolled a natural 20.
That's crazy. See, he's already shown he's gonna be such a good, such a good addition to the team.
Use your portents.
Perhaps we can talk about it over dinner. Which I need to start preparing, by the way. And he opens the door and walks out and starts walking up the stairs.
Like, he-
Milo, if you don't fucking tackle this man.
Yeah, he is actively going up this, walking towards the stairs right now.
Is that towards the room where they're at? I'm still hazy on the layout.
Yeah,
of
you're-
the ship.
You're on the
workshop's
bottom
the
floor of the
bottom
ship.
deck.
The room that they're working on is on the second floor of the ship, which is where he works and stuff like that. So he is walking up the stairs right now.
One moment.
Well, guys, I mean, I'm really struggling for a name here. Like, good thing we have like all of the time. There's no way that
You
Milo
have
would,
exactly
lose his
one moment.
interest. Like,
Okay,
That's
so
what we
I
have,
managed
like-
to get
like
the...
loudly run up behind Erish and be like,
Hey, Erish, so what are you preparing to cook for tonight?
"Oh,
you go-
fuck."
Just close his door.
What about okay, like so we got the light bearer thing, the shining Vanguard. There's
Hey,
that.
good. I like it. Shining Vanguard. Just come down the stairs with a bunch of fucking flowers
yeah.
just in a mitt.
Sure. Alright.
Yeah, Shining Vanguard. Yeah,
Shining
sure.
Vanguard.
It
Like I'm
sounds
not
good to me.
100. I'm pretty sure Vanguard is like the people at the front.
Yeah, we're on the
They didn't
front
really
of
tell us. I think that's what they told us a lot of the time. You're like, oh, y'all are in the Vanguard today. I think that's what that
Yeah,
means.
Shock
Hey,
troopers.
Shining Vanguard sounds good to
Shining
me. It would be
Vanguard.
very shiny.
Are we
I do.
shining?
It's funny because
on
I like
the-
hide a lot of the time.
I do have on me mess kit, which has a cup, and I have a water skin, so I can put that out for him to put the flowers in.
Okay.
I mean, Milo was being loud, so y'all.
Yeah, so we hear him coming. It's like, go, go, go.
I'll just rush over. And
I'll say this.
right.
Everybody right now from this moment has exactly 1 round to do what they want to do.
What are we like surprising him? What do we do?
So
Oh, no. Let me talk.
roll initiative.
oh, shit.
9.
4.
Yeah, we're killing it.
16.
Yeah.
2 13s I rolled.
Dirty
doing good.
Tom.
Oh wait, I have additional numbers for my initiative. 6.
There you go. You gotta add your dex bonus.
Yeah, I forgot.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. All right. So Melgrim and Crowley, what are y'all doing?
He has no idea that this room is even being prepared for. Like, I was just closing the door.
Okay. You close the first thing that gets done is closing the door. As you hear Milo shout out into this area, the door gets closed. All right, Melgrim, what are you doing?
Walking away from said door.
Just gonna walk away in a random direction.
Just gonna go into my room.
Just gonna go into your room. All right. All right, RTM, what are you doing?
I am going to hand the flowers to Kashik, who has the water cup, and I am going to walk out the door and wait for Erish to make line of sight to the group.
Okay, Crowley closes you in the room. You open up the room. You walk out, close the door behind you, hand you the flowers to Kaushik.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. What'd you roll, Kaushik?
A 6.
What'd you roll,
I had a
Ganwin?
9.
All right, Ganwin, what are you doing?
I fucking in like a panic. I like dive into whatever room's across from the room we're setting up for Erish, and I stealth.
Roll a stealth check for me.
I assume the shield's just on his bed.
23.
23
Yeah, I left it,
stealth.
like on his bed.
Ganwin leaps into his room, which is about 15 feet away, and you do not hear a crash from where he leaps. You just hear and nothing. Kaushik, what are you doing?
I'm just gonna set the flower cup, on the dresser table thing that they were talking about. I'm just gonna zhuzh the flowers a little bit, just arrange them a little bit, and since like Erish has no reason to come into this room, I will walk out the door and close it behind me.
Okay. You open the door, set the flowers on the thing, zhuzh them a little bit,
Oh,
close
I
the
thought I
door.
was in the room. Sorry. I thought I was already in there when I thought I got closed in the room with Artyom.
Okay. Crowley closes the room. Artyom opens the door, closes it behind him. You are now locked in the room. You put the flowers on there, zhuzh them a little bit, open the door back up, and close it behind you and walk out into the hallway.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
It is at this point, Milo, where you, if there is anything that you would like to do, as Erish is starting to round the top steps towards this hallway.
Probably just awkwardly like,
Oh, okay. What's for dinner?
Well, we're
Like,
gonna be having.
lost for words.
Why are you all staring at me?
Erish, what are you doing? I'm very disappointed in you.
I'm going to cook dinner at the moment. What have I done? I haven't done
Why
anything.
are all of your things in the wrong room?
I'm sorry.
Come here. Come here. I'm just gonna gesture over for him to come to the room. Like, just open it up. There are all of these things in here that should be your stuff, and there are all kinds of things that are still downstairs that are yours, and they're in the wrong place right now.
It takes a moment, but just a few moments. Like, as he looks around, and one immediately recognizes his bookshelf here, right? Like he knows his bookshelf and the little desk that you guys have brought up, and
Does he like
sees
the
that they're redone.
flowers?
He notices the flowers, walks into the room, and sort of looks around, like bends down.
The most awkward
Surprise!
from Milo.
No, surprise! Yeah, I tell you. Woo! Yeah.
With him not seeing Ganwin, you legitimately scare him as you hop out and yell
Oh,
surprise.
sorry. My bad. Force of habit.
Straightens out his vest. Bends down, sniffs the flowers, and goes over to the shield that's on the bed. I actually need to. I have languages, but not dialects selected for Irish. So I'm gonna roll something real quick. I'm gonna say it's a solid. Irish is a decently intelligent man, and he is. I'm gonna say there's a solid 30% chance, high, that he knows Karnathi. That's a 92. Shit you not.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
92. So he understands and can read the Karnathi dialect. Walks up to the shield. Just like he can't help but smile at this point, and you see tears just sort of like welling up. He can't right now, and he sort of like strokes the shield a bit, like across the top of it along the words. And remind the street.
Oh no.
Oh no, I fucking went down. When did I go down?
Oh shit.
What did y'all hear
As he
He
last?
said he strokes
He's
the shield.
Stroking the shield.
Oh, okay, I wasn't down for that long then. He goes up to the shield, starts to like stroke along the words and the painting of the shield, and you see just like water welling up along his eye line a bit. And for the stream, Ganwin, remind them what the shield says.
It was to be a shining light for those who are in the darkest violence.
Sort of goes around the edges of it, and flips it over, and there is no doubt in what these inserts are for. As he picks up the shield, and he picks up a letter It's right beside it. Crowley, would you like to tell the stream what the letter says?
Oh, sure. They who provide hearth and home are worth more than hordes of dragon's gold. To the heart and soul of the group. Done.
At this point, Eris tries to hold it back, but this is something. Thank you all.
Yeah. You're welcome. Come on, everyone. Yeah, you're a part of it.
Go in, kind of pat him on the shoulder. Just gonna reach up. And the shield for when we have you ready to adventure with us.
Well, now you've put me on the spot, and I'm not sure what to do with that, but thank you all. This is incredibly kind.
Well, you kind of take care of all of us, so, you know, you need to take care of you as well. And another thing, I know you kind of have your own personal space, but too bad! And I'm going to give him a big hug.
There is the slightest moment where Eris is stuck in his ways, but after probably about 2 seconds of this, and RTM feels Eris just embrace him.
Yeah.
Full on hug, and brings him in close and just sits there. He's still, you're 6'5", he's probably like almost a foot shorter than you, but not quite. Probably coming up to just how you just like lays into you and holds on for a second.
Yep.
This was wonderful. Thank you all. Truly.
Thank you for everything that you do for us. You've done irreplaceable work, and I'm sure you're going to be irreplaceable out there with us.
Let's hope.
All right. Well, I mean, we all need to get some food going. Should probably celebrate.
You're correct.
I can help you in the kitchen if you want, but I don't want to be more of a burden than I would be a help.
Perhaps just everybody hang out. I'll go ahead and bring out a barrel, and we'll get the night started, shall we? And
all right.
Eris kicks back a furniture dolly and like goes to go get a keg of ale.
As he goes to pass him away. Oh, and by the way, I mean everybody else kind of gave the go-ahead, but I guess everybody gets a vote, right? What do you think of the Shining Vanguard as a name?
The Shining Vanguard sounds very appropriate.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well,
Nice. We found something that. Wait, Milo as well. I mean, I guess he didn't get the vote.
As he walks, I like that. Shut up.
Yeah. He got
Oh,
it.
I mean, I don't care.
Well, see, there you go. Is a neutral party on the name front.
Oh yeah, that's great.
it's a wonderful name. Let's get dinner started. And he brings around an entire keg of like the strong nice dwarvish ale that you got from Matilda's place.
Yeah.
And like rolls up his sleeves, fucking stabs in a spigot for it, cranks it open, and starts pouring out drinks. While I cook, enjoy yourselves. Yes, and walks off.
All right.
Now, remember, this is the Dwarven ale.
Exactly.
So it's stronger than you're used to.
It's the good shit.
This beer is spicy. For anybody, why is it spicy? For anybody that's participating,
Like spice.
the beer is spicy, and that's not a normal feeling for beer. If any of you guys have ever had any sort of like ancho chili beer, which like there is heat that is brought with the beer, in the back of the throat, and it's like starting to overwhelm your senses a little bit, but it stays there for a while as you're taking it back.
Oh, reminds me of home.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness, we do like really dark ales, but this is new.
Aye.
I'm going to have baby sips on this one. I don't think I can hold. Anyway, I have a lot less place to put all this liquor these days. It feels like.
It's what you get to like. It's like a muscle, though. You have to
You're
readjust.
You're going to get me to work out really hard tonight. and my
Yeah.
alcohol
You have to like
okay.
readjust. You have to find your new limits and then push it. Expand your horizons.
You guys sip around and wait for just a couple of moments as Eris prepares dinner and gets it ready for you. Brings up a wonderful dinner for you guys and like dessert, but it's just this decadent meal, like gourmet. He's trying to return the favor in the way that he knows how. And sit around in eating dinner and the desserts that he brings out and everything, and he keeps the ale flowing for a while. But eventually he does find his own seat at the table as well and sits down with you guys, scoots up his chair, and finds himself a... Did I seriously freeze again? I did freeze again.
Chair and what?
Oh my god, I froze again.
Yep. Yeah, he
Jeez.
scoots up his chair.
My internet is doing some wild things right now. He scoots up his chair to the table, and for the first time, you see him grab a stein. And he turns around and opens the spigot, filling his cup. To those that have wholeheartedly filled my cup so far and have made my life much more enriched, to the Shining Vanguard and what they do to them. And he raises his cup.
Oh.
Aye.
Takes his drink back.
Hell yes. Actually, not hells yes. I don't know. There's supposed to be like a bunch of them, right? There's like multiple. I don't know.
Never took you as the
How many?
religious type.
I mean, hell's like, you know, like where like those fucking horned bastards come from, you know?
Oh, I'm quite aware. I just
Yeah,
again
those
did
guys.
not take you as a religious. I don't know much about you actually. Well, you know what? No. This is what we're going to do. Takes another sip of his drink. All right.
By all means. What are we doing?
You like drinking? Surely you like drinking
course.
games.
Most definitely.
Oh no.
Very well.
Absolutely.
However, this one is going to cause you your biggest struggle yet, I'm sure. Tougher than any monster you've ever fought. This game is about sharing. Ooh.
It is a difficulty.
Oh boy.
This game is going to be called Two Truths and a Lie.
Oh.
So,
Alright.
the goal of the game is to say 3 things, give 3 statements. 1 person at a time. 2 of these things will be true, 1 of them false. And if the group must decide together for the one that is not speaking. If the group cannot agree, they will vote on it, on the thing that they think is false. If the singular person wins, everybody else drinks, meaning they still have to reveal what is untruthful. The rest of the table gets it right, that person must drink. Sound fun enough? For a night where we don't have much else to do, I suppose?
I think so.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
In that case, I'll go first. Eris brings his drink back one more time. Gets an intense face on his look. Says, my mother personally smuggled over 1,000 refugees over country lines during the war. Number one. Number two. I made a deal with an ancient Fey entity for my candle powers. And number three, my father personally serves King Borenel of Breland.
These are all very lofty.
I don't know. I feel like he probably didn't get his powers from some sort of fey creature. That's my personal. Are we supposed to say aloud? Well, yeah, we have to
I
agree
think
on
so.
this.
We have to discuss. I feel like you're pretty like I feel like I think you're probably right, but at the same time I feel like it's very obvious. You know? The other
But
two are pretty lofty, but not necessarily unrealistic.
I
But
feel like you wouldn't make it too obvious, though, right?
exactly, this
I mean-
is what I'm saying.
Erish is maybe he just has hero's blood in him already with his mother helping so many people, right? I mean,
That's what I believe, yes.
exactly.
But do you think his father serves the King of Breland?
I think it's possible.
Yeah.
So that might have been very useful information ahead of time for the record. I mean, could have been like your father may have been able to be like, hey, you want to talk to these really cool dudes who are trying to stop kids from getting kidnapped? That'd been really nice. So maybe that is the line.
I'm going to go with the fey thing.
You're
Personally.
going to say
We all have to agree on this, correct?
we do all have to agree. We have to decide as a group.
Yeah, that sounds pretty far-fetched.
The faith thing? Yeah, I think the faith thing.
Are we in agreement?
I suppose.
The Fae.
Crowley?
I'll nod. Certainly. Why not?
It's settled then. Number 2 was the lie.
Yes. All right, there we go. It was a good try, trying to outfox us.
Who should go next?
You want, or you pick the next person since you were the first person.
Gandalin.
Oh shit. All right. This is very hard. Two truths and a lie. Well, let us see. Okay. Number one. I can trace my father's bloodline back to Karn the Conqueror. Number two. I killed my first man before I was 15. And number three, I very nearly was strung up and beaten publicly while I was in the military for sleeping with a general's wife.
This is a pretty difficult one. I am just going to
Yeah.
go with number one.
Number
It's
one.
just I vote number one. I mean, you look like to probably accept with a general's wife or whatever.
I don't think so. Actually. No offense to you, Gandalin. That
Repeat them for me.
Number one, I can trace my bloodline on my father's side back to Karn the Conqueror. Number 2, I killed my first man before I was 15. In number 3, I was almost strung up and publicly beaten for sleeping with a general's wife.
I also don't feel like you killed a man at such a young age.
Some of our lives are more difficult than others, though. Do you know
Understand,
that?
yes, but
First king of Karnath was a redhead.
Just a very long time ago.
I'm pretty sure Gandalf probably killed people before he was 15 in any case. He's kind of a, well,
Yeah,
a tough kid.
that one might unfortunately be true.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate. No doubt about it. The other-
And you seem
Well,
like the
like-
troublemaker enough to sleep with a general's wife.
Yep. See, the
does.
only thing that has me second guessing my choice now is that it would Gandalf still be in the military if he slept with the general's wife.
What better way to get rid of someone you don't like than to send them off to war?
Oh, okay, that's a fair point.
ah,
Okay,
poignant,
I'll
yes.
stick with number 1 then.
Is that the consensus?
I don't want it to be.
You think, Milo?
I don't know what's more impressive, having to bang a general's wife and still not get strung up for it, or to have king's blood. I mean, one of
Yeah.
those things Gandalf actually accomplished, so I'm I'm actually prone to believe it more.
I don't know. Famous warlords tend to, get around.
He was a king, not a warlord. Not the same.
You conquer enough, you get the title.
It's rare, I suppose.
Victors write the history books.
Yeah.
Number 1, then? Is that the group consensus?
I feel like number 1.
I think it's number 2.
Sure, he says, slowly sipping his wine uncertainly.
Disagreement?
Everybody is voting for 1. Erish is voting for 2. But
I
it
thought
seems-
there had to be a group consensus.
yeah, there's a voting happening right
Okay.
here. So
Okay.
it seems like 1 has the overwhelming majority at the moment.
Okay.
Well,
Is it-
Kaushik? 2? Okay. 3 votes for 1, 2 votes for 2.
No, Kaushik, now I'm uncertain too.
Crowley?
Fold, I fold.
That's
1?
not how the
One.
game works.
All right.
That's
well,
how some card games work,
This
right?
is not a card game.
number 1 has won the votes.
Number-
Gandalf.
Very well. Just
Oh, he drinks. Ha!
I drink.
So,
yes.
mean- are we allowed to ask questions afterwards?
They don't see why not.
I mean, how did you get away from you? I mean, it's pretty funny, right? You sleep with
Yeah.
general's wife, yeah. How
And
did
it's on
you?
another
dirty
guy.
dog.
How did you manage to not get strung up?
Pin it on another guy. Of course.
Okay,
Uh.
I thought you were going to say something more like you were going to brag about it, and she begged him not to, and she or something like that.
No. Hey, sticky fingers. Stole a memento, and
Oh, yeah, that
he
kinda
got
makes
guts
sense.
with him, and yeah,
What happened to
worked out.
him, if I can ask?
he got flogged.
Oh, shit.
This makes sense.
He was an
Oh.
asshole.
Anyway, at least you chose appropriate.
Exactly.
Then justice
Like it's
prevails.
Sergeant, who was a little too frivolous with what little authority he had, so it worked out pretty good.
Okay, who's next?
So-
Gandalf?
I'm gonna go with Melgrim.
All right.
Oh boy.
Melgrim, I'm going to give you a second to think, and I'm going to say everybody here is if everybody is okay. We only have 5 minutes left in the show, but if y'all are okay with going a little bit over, I'd like to finish the game.
Yeah.
I am.
Awesome.
All right, let's see. 2 truths and a lie.
Erish is taking this as a challenge, by the way. Everybody's looking at Erish. Erish is reading your fucking soul when it comes to your time.
I'm just saying, he said his vote was number 2, so that means he was wrong.
He was?
Even if the group got it right.
He was? Or was he?
Let's see.
Then why would he say number 2?
All right. There we go. I have a total of 3 children, one of which I have completely disowned.
It's got much more serious than I was expecting very quickly. Erish grabs everybody's cups and refills them from the spicy keg.
Hell yeah.
Let's see.
Are you alright, Milgram?
Yes.
There's
I don't know.
over there.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be anything extremely personal. You can start off with something surface level.
Of course.
A favorite color, favorite mineral or gem.
Yes. My favorite color is purple. And my wife trims her beard into no this part, the sideburns.
Mutton chops.
Yes.
Scandalous.
Very, very sexy.
I think mutton chops are quite endearing.
You
So-
said I was not being sarcastic.
Shining Vanguard. What do we think?
Repeat them for me again?
Yeah, one more time.
All through.
Right.
You're the watch
Number
his
1.
eyes.
I have a total of 3 children, one of which I have disowned. Number 2. Shit, I'm forgetting now.
Oh shit.
I believe you said your favorite color was purple.
Right.
It is
Thank you,
a good
Arish.
color.
This is some good ale. I haven't had Dwarven ale in a while. Oh, yes, my favorite color is purple. And my wife trims her beard into mutton chops.
I don't think your wife trims her beard into mutton chops.
I am going to agree.
That is, I don't know.
Question is
I
I
feel
don't
like
know
it'd
if you're
be-
trying to be tricky or not.
Yeah.
Does she trim her beard into mutton chops or do they just grow that way?
Ooh, oh. Is it? I feel like that is going against the spirit of the game.
The spirit
I
of the
don't
game is to be tricky, but to also find out.
Jesus.
So,
Ah. Well, I don't know. I feel
I'm
like it'd
not
be
trying to
really
that
hard.
serious.
I feel like it'd be very hard to make Melgrim disown his child.
It could be, yeah.
Milo's gonna get a grinchy little smile and be like,
Well, we know that she married Malgrim, so her taste can't be that good.
Yikes!
Got him.
Oh,
I can believe the mutton chops.
Erish, I think you're going to need to get some of a burn cream for that one.
That was a good one, Milo.
my goodness. You're drinking. You have already made it through most of your like second cup. That explains a lot.
I'm going
I
to go
agree
with
with Nosh.
number 1.
Going with number 1, I feel like number 1 is probably good. 3, so
3.
we have 2 for 1, 1 for 3.
With the way that Melgrim speaks about his other 2 children, I don't think
Yeah,
he
that's-
could disown a child.
That is what I am saying. I feel like he is too big-hearted, this father. You know.
he would try to win him back, turn him around, you know, or turn him around, I guess. So we get another for 1. That is 3 for 1, 1 for 3.
Milo, Koshik, what do you vote?
I still vote that I don't think his wife trained to be in
So
one
2 for
choice.
3. 2 for 3.
What are you doing, Milo?
What's your vote, Milo?
Isn't that like dwarf sacrilege, right?
But
Not a thing.
I don't think so. I mean,
Not to ruin your beard.
I don't think so. Matilda's was very what's the word? I do not know very many words. Very like subdued, you know. So
Right.
I think it's.
I'll
I think
go
it'll be
with-
fine.
The beard?
So it's
He
3 and
seems
3.
again unsure.
Then we have a split vote.
Yes. Does that mean we lose automatically?
Was anyone willing to concede?
I'll concede. I don't know.
Okay, Milo
Milo.
folded. He folded
That
like
was so quick.
He
I meant
folded
anyone
like
else.
limp branch
Anyone on the other
in
side?
a high wind.
If that happens, then so the ones have it, I believe.
Correct. the
Yes,
ones that-
sir.
All right,
Alright.
Melgrim.
Easy.
One was a lie.
Oh,
There
I'm
we go.
glad that it was a lie, though. Hey,
Yeah.
see,
It is
I,
positive.
I thought I remembered you telling
It's,
me that your wife had a glorious long beard, so damn it. I misremembered.
Or long butt chops.
I mean, there is the
One
possibility that she had a
Yeah,
glorious
she
long
she may have changed it up
It's,
over the years.
No matter who
Bit of-
wins, I win.
Yes, a bit of
Yeah.
tradition in her
Takes another sip.
family, going back to her great grandmother.
That's pretty cool.
Aye.
I have to ask, does she keep them in curls?
Like it kind of like, whew,
Kind of, yeah.
Like mini curls.
like a little
Yeah,
girl,
I've seen-
or like really like ringlet kind of deal.
Right, I've seen the style
Yeah.
before. Yes, exactly.
Oh.
Ringlets is the better word than curl in this.
Yes.
I'm sure
say
she's
that.
beautiful.
Precious.
However,
Well,
everyone around this table knows that you would never disown a child of your own.
Yeah.
It's very true.
I
It'll be
mean,
very hard. for me.
Swerving customs can be pretty crazy sometimes, as I understand. I didn't know if it was something by
It's-
law,
Very harsh, yeah.
right?
Aye.
In any case, who goes next, Melgrim?
You.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I had a little bit of time to think. So, okay. The first one is I once took down a swordtooth all by myself. Okay. Which is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's just what they call it in Eberron.
Okay.
Um, the second is I was born 1500 years ago. Okay. And the third one is shit. Hold on, I forgot. The third one is the trophy that I used to have around my my neck was a rite of passage for lizard folk.
I mean,
I
it is like that is not possible. Like it has to be number 2.
You don't look I don't know what accent I was about to take. You don't look a day over 30. You don't look
It
a
is
day
no, that is
Well, I
impossible.
mean-
He is
100.
no, wait, is that the thing? Wait,
1500.
hold
you
on.
said.
What does anybody know about Kalashtar? Can Kalashtar live
don't
like long time like elves?
Kalashtar do not live long
That,
lives.
that is impossible then. Easy to.
You were supposed to
Here
share
living longer than
something with us that was truthful. It's two truths
Yeah.
in one lie, not one truth and two lies.
Right.
Not 3 lies.
It's not 3 lies.
I mean-
not realized.
I mean, unless you are counting when you turned that T-Rex into a little kit, that was not by yourself. Does not count.
No, I am
That
not.
wasn't
So unless that
technically by
is-
himself. Though.
No, it was fighting Melgrim and Gorham before he turned it into a cat.
This
No,
was
does
not
not
that
count.
situ-
Yeah.
I'll make like a bag gesture, like the pouch I used to have, the teeth that came from that one.
My regent pouch has 2 giant T-Rex teeth that house the outside of it.
There's no way.
It is
This
impossible
man
that
is
he's 1500 years
1500 years
old. This is
old.
it's so obvious though.
I
Number
vote for
3.
option 2. He is not 1500
It's
years
It's not
old.
possible. It is not. He would be dead
Option 2 is
unless
It's
somebody has
no
used
way.
magic to keep
We've
him
seen a
alive.
lot of weird shit, and he talks
This-
about half all the time. He's
This
never
is
mentioned
true.
or never mentioned lizard folk.
And you're
Oh,
too
that's-
happy that we're choosing number 2.
You're
Hmm.
also not a lizard
Oh.
folk, so why would you have a rite of passage for lizard folk?
Make it confusing me of it.
But there's
Number
no
three,
way this
number
man's
three.
1500 years old.
But
It's
there
not-
are lizard folk over on the plains. I think.
You are
That's
correct.
But he always mentions the halflings. He's a badass. I believe he killed the fucking T-Rex.
The
By
lizard
himself,
folks are over
though?
in Kibara.
Yeah, by him, like T-Rex is like he's much more powerful now than when we like first met him.
Exactly. Erish undoes
Like-
a top button.
It could have been a sick T-Rex.
It could have been maybe
Or
he's like a
baby
baby
T-Rex.
T-Rex. Baby T-Rex. You killed a
Oh,
sick baby T-Rex.
this
You
is-
evil bastard.
I can't believe you've done this, Artyom.
Can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe it.
You killed a sick baby T-Rex.
No, it's not. I've never killed a sick baby T-Rex.
How,
Crowley
how
writes
dare
it down in
you?
his notes. That's the next
How-
poem right there.
No, it
How are
was
you
a
doing over there?
full-grown.
Artyom the Baby Slayer.
It
Or
was
he
a
might have like
full-grown
tricked it off a ledge or
female
something.
Sword
That's your title. He's the baby slayer.
How big are those
I-
teeth? I don't believe they came from that
They're like-
T-Rex.
All right, all right, all right. My vote is number 2. He can't beat 1500 years old. That's my
It's
vote.
impossible.
It must be.
Has to be two.
Agreed? Agreed?
Agreed.
Everyone
Yep.
votes
Well, it's
no.
gonna peer at our team for a minute.
I stand by 3.
Stand by 3.
He's a
I'll take
baby.
three.
So
Sorry.
two easily takes the vote.
The 2s have
Alright,
it.
drink, Artyom, you fucker.
Okay, so if you guys remember, I told you about this pouch a long time ago that I did a joint hunt with a bunch of halflings to kill it. So that was the one that was a lie.
No, drink.
Yeah,
Artyom.
No,
totally.
that is not possible.
How are you
That's impossible.
1500 years
How
old?
could you be 1500
Wait,
years
well,
old?
I didn't. I mean, maybe saying 1500 years old was a little bit of a fib. I was born 1500 years ago, is what I said.
That means that would
See-
mean you're 1500 years old. That is
Exactly.
not possible.
Angrily drinks.
Whenever Kaushik
I still have
brought
not
me-
drank yet. I don't believe it. I'm just
When-
also there
whenever
with my hand on
Kaushik
my glass.
brought me back, I remembered my past, and a long story short, I went through a portal and or was being sent to a place and just sort of wound up in limbo for about 1500 years and got spit out in Kibara about 10 years ago. So
I'm going to
Yes.
ask for the sake of the NPC, can you roll a persuasion check for me real quick?
sure, disadvantage.
For the sake of my
That's a
ass too, because I
6.
don't believe that shit.
That's a 6.
He has countered that with a quite high insight check. You're
What?
You're being truthful.
What?
Yeah, being absolutely truthful.
Where? Hold on. Somebody can make. Where's the circle? The circle that makes you talk right. Speak the truth.
Crowley?
Somebody. That
Right
spell.
here. It must be
Somebody.
Crowley.
I know somebody has done it.
There's no need. I have a circle. I have a candle of truth above us. I have been cheating the entire
You
time.
sneaky bastard.
I would like to
That is
insight.
amazing.
That's a natural one. I believe him.
He's
Yeah,
been
it's a-
cheating
You
the whole
believe
time.
him? Tell the truth. If he
Yeah.
was cheating, how did he get that one wrong?
Wait, we wouldn't be able to say it if that was true. We wouldn't be able to speak the
I
lie.
would know if he was lying. Is the thing, and he's not.
Yes, you know I'm telling the truth.
Yeah.
This is very.
Vegetation off with the candle.
I do not like this. This is like it's weird.
This
Oh,
is
Hmm.
fascinating.
where was this portal? Where did you come from originally?
I come from a completely different continent, where most of the Kalashtar come from.
I don't know where that is. Somebody confirm.
In the continent of Gadar.
So Salona.
Yes, Saron.
I don't know anything about it either. I just confirmed.
I do not know this. Like, it's like,
Erish
Now
is,
you-
Erish is a smart guy tonight. That's for goddamn sure because I'm rolling hot over here.
Woo! Yeah, get him out of the way before we get to Shadow Marches where things are trying to kill us, please.
Artyom.
So
Grandfather Artyom, I love it.
if you want to be very, specific, I am technically 1,532 years old.
Hold on. Hey, Melgrim, he's older than your granddad.
I knew you didn't look a day over 35.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Where is he?
for all intents and purposes, I'm 32, so there you go.
That I mean,
That means
So drink.
Eris just sort of pauses and looks at you for a moment and like tries to read you. It's like, and just stops himself. Just doesn't say anything more about it.
huh?
Very well. We are all wrong. Cheers to everyone.
I guess so.
I will drink with everyone. Anyway.
With a frustrated shrug because he was convinced it was the lizard folk thing.
Why is this so
Yeah, fucking Milo was wrong either way.
That's
All right,
fucked up.
Artyom, who's going next? I don't know. I said
Alright.
it in my voice, but
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's say if Koshik will go next.
I am quite intrigued by this one. And Eris like actually pulls out his seat a little bit, tops off his drink.
I
I'm
truly
kinda
don't
like-
know how I'm supposed to follow that up.
I wish I'd known we were going to be doing this. I would have made an actual cocktail. This is fun.
Alright.
I fucking literally told you in the Facebook Messenger chat.
You didn't say for us to make drinks though.
Yeah.
Not
He didn't say there'd be a drinking game, so.
I listened to that. I was in class.
Why
Oh,
didn't you read the script, Milo?
You didn't read the script, yeah.
Tisk.
This- All right, Koshik.
Can't remember your lines. Come on.
Okay. So, the first spell that I successfully cast was to warm food. That's number 1. Number 2,
Reasonable.
I was never permitted to drink alcohol before I met the group. Number 3, I am allergic to cats.
Yeah, with the fucking
That's
shit.
it. You have cat, but it is magic cat.
Oh wait.
I
That's
feel
why
like
it
this
makes
is a trick
difference.
question.
Does.
Oh, I know. Number 1 is the false one for sure. Number 1, false one for sure.
Number
Final
1?
answer. Can't dissuade me otherwise.
No, why? Why though? I want to know.
I just
What?
know. I
Just
remember
know.
a thing that I'm not going to tell you.
That's we are trying to. This is a
This
group
is-
game.
This
Remember
is
a thing.
teamwork here, Artyom.
Oh,
Yes.
I want to say I vaguely remember Koshik saying at some point the first spell she cast was to summon her kitty cat. I
Oh,
could be wrong,
this is
but
a
I
good
want to
point.
say that. So.
I would like to say that I know number 3 is. Wait, no, I don't.
What? He is That's what I'm saying. He is a magic cat.
Exactly.
Also,
So
wait,
it might
Here-
not matter.
Here's the other thing, right? Is have you ever seen Koshik warm up her food ever? I mean, ever.
That doesn't mean she didn't do it like when
Excuse
she
me,
was
but
like
she
little
has me
kid.
around most of the time. There's no warming
Well,
necessary.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just,
you,
does
you
have
make
that.
your food is always very fresh.
I know.
Fantastic.
but sometimes we're
Oh,
out
I
in the
see.
field and we don't have Erish around. She's never
That is
warmed
true.
her food. So,
What about the second one?
Ever
I
been
mean, she might
permitted
not
to
have been
drink?
allowed to do it, but I'm sure she still probably drank. I mean, let's be honest.
That is a good point. Just because you're not allowed to doesn't mean you didn't.
Yes.
So that's a
But
good
that's not
point.
what
You
she
can
said.
break
She
rules.
she did say that she was not permitted to do so. She didn't say that she did not do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So
That's the
you can
point.
break rules.
Is that what Gandalf? You were
Yeah.
You were born in Karnath. You
Correct.
know maybe some tenets of the Blood of All. Was there anything that say you could not drink? You would know.
Listen,
do I know DM if they're not allowed to drink?
I'm so, dog, you almost made me pee right there with that look.
That's me trying to remember.
Oh, man.
Would I know?
You don't know. You've never heard of something like that.
Not that I'm aware of, but I mean.
I feel like it's a pretty given fact of life that if there is alcohol able to be mishandled into the hands of children, children will find a way to get it.
All right, we're gonna go through this one more time.
Ugh, tell me about
Say
it.
them one more time for us, Koshik.
Yeah.
Yes, Koshik.
Right. So number 1, is the first spell that I successfully cast was to warm food. Number 2 is that I was never permitted to drink alcohol before I met the group. And number 3 is that I am allergic to cats.
My vote is to warm food.
Yeah.
My only concern is that she could be allergic to cats, because Haru is magic cat.
She could be, but I don't
That's
know.
why it's true.
That's what we have had. I am not used to this ale.
Do any of us ever remember a time where Koshik
Provides a
actually
kick, eh?
petted a real cat before?
I
No.
don't think so. It is problem. But I don't think we have seen very many cats either. I'm trying to think of when we have just been like, oh, hey, look at that little cat over there, you know?
Right, but if we had seen one, we would
Would
have
she have
remembered
pet-
her going over and petting
Probably
it,
so.
right? She would have
Right.
just immediately went over there and said, I'm going to go pet this thing, and we would have remembered.
Yeah,
So she might have been
probably.
like, cat,
She
like,
loves
oh no, I'll
cats.
just look the other direction and
I
not
don't know.
approach the thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, so what's the vote?
1.
1.
Yeah, I'll
One.
go with 1.
Yeah.
1.
sure,
1.
one.
That's the
Why not?
majority. Miss Koshik? Yeah.
First spell summoning Haru.
Aha!
Artyom, I am so proud of you.
I remember
Yes.
so many things.
While Haru is a magical cat, I am not allergic to regular cats. Though I wasn't permitted to have warmed food until I learned to heat it myself. It was not the first spell that I cast. But yeah, I was able to drink alcohol. No problem.
What was the first spell that you were able to cast?
That's why I said I was proud of you. It was to summon up.
Yes.
Yes, my tiny little love.
It's a vile little demon, but I'm glad you had
If I wasn't permitted to drink alcohol before meeting you, do you think I would have been able to hold my own with you guys?
Well,
I mean,
most of the
did you
time you
though?
go to your
Drink like
room
it's water.
She says, y'all are a bunch of fucking lushy.
yeah, she is correct.
And you don't have to worry about, and he rubs your back a little bit, and you don't have to worry about warming your food at all. I'll handle that part of it.
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry.
Oh
my.
no.
Oh my. I'm gonna go.
Milo has left the chat.
What the hell?
Not expected, but okay, Koshik. Who's gonna be going next?
I'm gonna oh man, the bottom of my glass looks really interesting right now.
Do the long reach over the table. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, Erish takes all of your ales and refills them and sets them back in front of you.
Oh god.
It's between Crowley and Milo that are left, correct?
Seems like it.
Rock,
Cool.
paper, scissors for it.
Boulder
I
parchment
mean, boulder
shears?
parchment shears.
Yes, whatever they just said. Both parchment shears for it.
Did you just say boulder parchment shears?
Yes. Are you not familiar with the game? You do your hands and you go, oh, hey, and you throw out
Boulder is always
corresponding.
best, though.
Uh-huh.
I don't care what you say.
Loser goes next.
Sure.
Milo's little juicy at this point.
Yeah,
You put your hands up in front of the
Crowley puts up his
Yeah.
hand and says, I'm going for parchment.
I feel like that is a lie. Or it could be the truth. I think.
Why is Erish playing?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was wanting to play. All right.
We will
go.
play after this game. We will play that after this game.
Okay.
On shears or on shoot?
On shoot.
Okay.
What do we shoot?
Erish, call it.
Sure. 1, 2, 3, go.
Rock, paper, shears, shoot.
You have to go again. You died.
Going for scissors.
What are scissors?
Ready? Boulder, parchment, shears.
Shoot.
Shoot.
Aye. All right, Milo, you are next.
Okay.
He seems a little flippy right now, like, whee!
So, 2 true things and a not true thing.
Yes.
Also
Let's
known
hear
as a
it,
lie.
Milo.
And he rolls to see which fact he will
Jinx,
throw out
Erish.
first.
Surely.
Will it be a true fact or a lie fact?
Third button comes undone.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Shit.
Has he got an undershirt on?
Oh my.
No.
Nope, he's
Oh
hot.
shit.
Yeah,
Is he
go.
like is he muscly? Is he hiding the six pack?
Make a perception check for me.
Whitey.
28.
Erish is in shape.
Hell yeah, he's prepared to yes, he has been preparing for his adventuring training. Let's go.
Fact number 1.
Slurring just a little bit.
My grandmother was the most renowned and extravagantly wealthy violinist in Sharn, and my mother was cut from her will when she married a factory worker. Fact number 2. My first and only girlfriend was a beauty that was way out of my league, that my colleague fancied, and that is why he hates me so much. We broke up 3 weeks later. I was always larger than the other children growing up, and the only fight that I was ever in prior to these adventures, I won. He insulted a warforged, so I beat him with a toy sky car brutally.
I mean, I am tempted to say number 3 because I have talked a lot of shit about the Warforged and he has never assaulted me.
I absolutely believe that number 3 is true wholeheartedly. So
I vote number
I
1.
would say number 1. Yes.
Hey
yes.
Milo,
Like what?
Warforged are stupid.
He will like make a splashing motion with his empty cup at you. Like,
Make a persuasion or deception check. You don't have to tell anybody which one it was.
Just
Wait, what?
roll it.
Make a persuasion or a deception check. Your choice. You don't have to tell anybody which one it was.
I don't follow. Oh, for the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Which was?
Tell you the result?
Yeah. Tell the result, not
Just not
the
the type.
skill you chose.
Gotcha. It is a 10.
Okay. Paulo comes at you with a cup for a second and restrains himself.
Wow.
You know,
Mm,
I feel like Mr. Crowley would have some insight into a violinist of Sean.
Oh, good point.
Yeah. Do I remember any, especially with the greater houses in Sharn, would you like me to make a history check?
I want you to make a history check with advantage, actually.
Oh my, sexy. Do. 17.
There is quite a great violinist and singer that is widely considered the best. However, is actually the best could be up for debate depending on the artiste speaking on it. Lady Valerian herself. So you think that one might be fairly far-fetched just based on your knowledge, but surely Lady Valerian is not Milo's grandmother.
Lady Valerian, he's also an elf.
Correct. But also it's up for debate as to who's the best, but she is
Of course.
quite renowned.
But I will pose this question to Miles, so you're related to Lady Valerian.
Indeed.
This motherfucker right here. That's a fucking lie.
Yes, indeed.
You have any like dragon marks anywhere?
I'm gonna go with that one then. Thank you.
You say, I feel like Crowley would know about the violin thing, so
Number 1.
I guess we go with number 1.
The ones happen then.
We'll take the plunge.
So you all think that I'm lying about the greatest violinist in Sharn
Yep.
being my grandmother?
Yep.
Absolutely.
That's the consensus.
That's the consensus.
Well, all of you can drink. I mean, I'm drinking too. But I have never had a girlfriend because I have more important things to worry about than dating.
Who's your grandmother?
Take a drink of it.
The greatest violinist in Sharn.
Oh yeah, obviously.
So he has a very like. Is that like personal
That's-
opinion?
That's still personal opinion. That's
So you
Why does-
think she's the greatest violinist in Sharn?
The nobles in Sharn think she's the greatest violinist in Sharn, and she is the most wealthy. That part, at least, is objective.
I'm very confused. Who is your grandmother?
If that is the wealthiest violinist in Sharn, Jonesy, then that is his grandmother, who he has completely.
She's an elf.
She's an elf.
She is an
Really?
elf.
Yeah,
Yes!
buddy. You lying piece of shit.
Do your research.
I wasn't expecting Jones to actually throw out a name.
Dog, you chose literally a person, though, is the thing.
Yeah,
like, you
and-
described a literal fucking NPC.
which is why I chose what I chose.
This is very confusing.
When I
game.
filled it out, I didn't give a name to it.
Hey, but however,
Well-
the greatest violinist in Sharn is subjective. So,
it
Maybe-
just not Lady
Maybe it's the
Polarian.
greatest violinist born in Sharn.
It was Lady Polarian born in Sharn. I have no idea.
no one does. She's older than literally all of you, with the exception of Artyom, who has
Oh yeah, 'cause
would have no
well,
idea.
He cheated. He cheated.
But then he
That's
lied
not the
twice
same.
because he said he was related. Drink twice. Drink.
No,
So,
he could
whatever.
still
That's
literally think
That's a
that
Cody
his.
mess up, not a. that's
Just
a Cody
not
mess up.
No,
that
no.
person.
No, I don't think anybody messed up here. Like, there absolutely can be competition for greatest violinist in Sharn. So,
It's not that.
Just
it's that he
not
said she
that
was his
person.
grandmother.
so
Yeah,
yeah.
my fuck up was indeed comment.
So I would say that you are okay with you've never had a girlfriend, and Erish will tip his head and drink towards you.
Well, shit.
All right then, that leaves one more for this round at the very least.
Yeah.
Mr. Crowley.
All right.
Mr. Crowley.
Poker face, as always.
That is unfair. He has an unfair advantage.
I came as I always do.
You're not wrong.
Then I'll be as expressive as possible, monotone the whole time.
God damn it. God damn it.
All right. I am actually was not that good of a singer before the morning. I learned to sing from the dead of Kyrie. Throw that sheet of paper away. This mask, he pulls up the one from his belt, was created by my daughter, a skilled craftsman who provided me with a prototype for Kyrie fashion. I took my wife, without the blessing of her father, from an ancient lineage of House Leander, and brought her with me to Kyrie, where we married.
He is number one, totally.
The scandal.
Scandal.
You say from House Lyrandar. What do they do again?
They fly this airship.
Oh yeah. I
Stop
mean-
a pilot.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Storm guys. I mean, I would not be particularly intimidated by like sky dudes. If I
Sky
do
dudes.
still have lots of money, so they could get people who are actually intimidating though. So,
I'm gonna go with number one as well, Artyom. I think he's always had a
wait,
wonderful
wait,
singing
wait.
voice.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He does do things with like spirit people all the time though.
Yes.
He does like throw spirit people around, you know, like when we're fighting and they come around, they like help us like go boom boom between two places, or like when they like help you hit people. Or one time one turned me invisible.
Have you ever seen him make weird hand gestures like he was
Yeah.
casting a spell whenever singing?
Emery and we've done that thing where we like got in a circle and then we summoned like like help him summon spirits or whatever.
Could explain.
So
that.
I mean that could, I feel like that is viable.
Hmm.
But he could know that we know that, and is trying to throw us off the scent, you know.
I have
Wow,
made
this is
my
getting
decision
so
already. Number
complicated.
one for me.
You saying
Uh,
number one?
Number one for me as well.
I'm gonna go with number one because I've always voted with her team anyway. So yeah, let's go. Back it.
That's three.
Oh, clink glasses with Velcro.
Sure.
Yes.
Number one.
Number
All
one.
right, number one.
Crowell will raise his glass and then put it down.
Oh,
Drink.
Oh shit.
which one was it?
I don't think that's part of the game, is it?
Yes,
Do I need to
yes,
tell?
Yes,
is.
indeed it is.
Yeah.
My daughter did not make this mask. Toss. Just kidding.
No.
attaches to belt.
You see Eris like jump to go grab it if you toss. He's like, oh, okay.
Well,
That was a
wouldn't-
deception check. It was really high. Don't worry about it.
You fooled him. He fails it at this point in the night.
Well,
However,
how exciting.
we are at 9:30, and I will say this group comes together a little bit closer as you sail throughout the night, drinking with a newfound friend, party member, the shining Vanguard of Corvair and Eberron itself. We will end our session there.
Yeah.
No, another round.
Thank you so much.
Nope,
that game
I'm
is
making
fun.
spaghetti.
Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. We so much appreciate it. For those tuning in on Twitch, for those tuning in on YouTube, for all of our followers, but mostly all of you guys that are sitting around me right now. Thank you so much for a year of greatness. I have greatly enjoyed it. You guys, again, have given me a year of something to look forward to every Saturday. So I genuinely appreciate that. You guys have made this an overall amazing experience. So thank you. We will end our 1 year anniversary there, though, and we'll end it in a traditional fashion in which we try to raid someone. While we do
Some
that,
might
though,
say in untraditional fashion.
However, while we work on this raid here, don't forget to donate to Extra Life. They are really helping out some sick kids, which needs all the help that you can put forward right now. We are raising money. You'll see a little thermometer down by my name right below me. Go check them out. And donate. Open your hearts, open your wallets. Go check them out. But we're gonna be rating TPK roleplay. We stream Hard Knock Dice. We stream every Monday and Saturday. Mondays we do Ghost of Saltmarsh, ran by our very own Gandalin, and on Saturdays we do this, which you see right here. So come check us out. However, we're gonna start this